right, we are live. Welcome back to Reason.
It's as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
Hope you enjoyed our new introduction. Regular member of this channel, regular contributor to the chat and whatnot, Breakfast Gun, put that together for me. So if you're not already familiar with his channel, go over there and check that out as appreciation for him putting that together for us. I'm joined by Mary Harb, and a little bit later we might be joined by your brother in Christ. We're also going to be opening this up for general discussion. Others have the opportunity to come up and interact with this material. We're going to be looking at the subject of whether Hamas accurately represents Islam or not. Of course, Hamas and Palestine and Israel are in the news these days. I'm sure that no one has any clue what I'm talking about. No, of course, everyone knows exactly what I'm talking about. So I do want to say that this isn't about supporting Israel. This isn't about opposing Palestine. This is simply about whether or not the people who have initiated the current situation are reflective of the teachings of Muhammad. I know that there are many people who act decently, who live in Palestine. I know there are many people who live there who agree with the violence. Around the world, we're seeing reactions from Muslims. We're seeing many people who are celebrating what's going on. Many people who are calling themselves victims, saying that this is so unfair what is happening. And I'm very sensitive to all the politics here. I know that there are people who are very strong supporters of Israel. I know that there are people who are strong opposition to Israel. And again, that's not what it's about. It's about looking at the teachings of Muhammad. So try to keep it focused along those lines in the chat today. Anything you want to say as a word of introduction, Mary?
Not really, except it looks like I may have gotten somehow accidentally blocked on your channel. Because nothing when I type, it doesn't show up. So just
yeah, I'm not seeing messages from anyone right now.
I'm seeing messages from Alair and Tension and Cannon, but not me. I'm not showing up. I saw Jack Ray's come up. Mine is getting deleted. Whenever I write,
so
I tried to write hello and it got deleted from the stream.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's probably been more messages than the very small number that I'm seeing. So there might be something wrong with YouTube messaging right now. So perhaps, let me know in the chat if you can't chat. I mean, I don't know.
Well, they can't let you know in the chat. They can't chat, but yeah, there's a lot.
Right, exactly. But I'm only seeing like 3 or 4 messages in total, and I doubt that represents all of the messages that have been received. So I'm not really sure what's going on.
Yeah, and I just checked. I had made a comment on Live Action, the pro-life group that got a like from. It got a notification that I got a like, so obviously that one went through. So something's on here. That's fine.
Yeah, well, I think it's the live chat.
Respond. Yeah.
I think it's the live chat specifically because I mean, since we went live, there was the super chat from Jack Ray that went through. Chloe put a smiley face, and she's a moderator.
Yeah, I'm a mod, but mine don't appear.
Right.
We got Yaffle and we got Jack Ray's messaging seems to work. So Cargo Crew's here. But yeah, I don't know. If yours are not going through.
Right. So it looks like some messages are coming through. And I obviously, no one could tell me if their messages aren't. So I have no idea how many are not going through. Just normally there is more messages.
Yes.
With the by this time. So I feel like it's probably not just you, Mary. And I certainly didn't block you. So I have no idea what is going on with that.
Yeah, Damon said that his
Damien says that YouTube erased his message as well. So yeah, I think that there's something going haywire, and most messages are, at least some percentage of messages are not going through right now. Jackery says, Ooh, now I can try to come up with some spicy messages. I can't think of anything, but I'll go wild with the spice sometimes.
Look, your brother in Christ can post. It's just I now seem to be the only mod who's blocked, except for the mods. All right, fine.
Well, and see that Christ of Salvation says, "What happened? Are my messages being censored?"
No,
So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe refresh the page, Mary,
I
and see if
did.
it'll go through the
I
stuff.
tried it on my phone too, and I am not showing up. So I
Well,
don't know.
I will double check. I will double check after this to make sure that someone else didn't accidentally block you. But I'm quite certain I didn't. I haven't blocked anyone other than aliases of Big Mahmood and Mumps. So
Yeah.
all right. Anyway, so our subject here: does Hamas follow Islam? Oh yeah, and let me turn these on. Ta-da!
All right. Yes, that is our subject today. Because of the various things happening in the world right now, people have been saying, "Oh, yes, Hamas is doing this. This does not represent Islam," or they've been saying that no, Hamas is acting according to uh, Islamic norms, the Islamic faith, the Islamic system. Like this agrees with it. So really, the question here is, Hamas is doing a number of things. Is Hamas's approach, Hamas's beliefs, all of those kinds of things, do those correspond with what Islam teaches normatively? So the mainstream, there might be, just like in any group of people who say that they confess a certain belief, right? They might say that I'm such and such, but I believe this totally wild thing that doesn't actually fit with that. You can say you believe anything. The question is, do they really represent something that is acceptable or in line with or tolerated by or even endorsed by mainstream, normative, regular, true, if you wish, Islam? That is the question, right? So that is what we are dealing with today.
So Samuel says that he saw an ad for aid to Gaza on this channel. That's pretty humorous, I would have to say. He says, "Don't give it; it'll end up in the hands of Hamas."
Yeah.
Which
there is,
I generally am not going to be commenting on the political situation and whatnot, but I do know that, and this is undeniable, that the Western world has sent millions and millions of dollars of aid to Palestine in recent years, and yet somehow the people living there are in abject poverty. Like, none of the aid is actually getting to people on the ground. It's all ending up in the hands of those in power. And Professor Yoffel says, "Can you see this now?" Absolutely can. So perhaps the problems with the comment system are working themselves out, and it's just Mary that can't comment.
Yeah, it seems to be just me. Great. I can't comment on the chat now because I just reset it and I'm
Just
still
try it
not
again.
showing up. Very odd. So if you do want to contribute, there is a Christian group that is specifically aiding the church that was destroyed and the Christians in Gaza. If you give to anything else, it will end up in the hands of Hamas, and they eat fine dinners and live in luxury, and their children drive sports cars in other countries, foreign Western countries, while the common people starve, and they're digging up water pipes that supply water to the regular people so that they can use them as IEDs. And that is realistically what will happen. If they are willing to kill the regular people in order to have more ways of killing the Israelis, then that is, or really the Jews. They don't care about nationality. They care about religion and ethnicity. And if you give to them, that is what will happen. So the question is, what is Islam altogether? So you have to to know whether or not something agrees with Islam, you have to know what it is. Now, a lot of Christians will approach a religion as being based upon a particular holy text because, above all, Christianity is based on the Bible. And if you are a Protestant, it is the only infallible source of truth. Now, there are other authorities and sources of truth, but they could be fallible, whereas the Bible is the only infallible one. But Islam is not Christianity, and certainly isn't Protestantism. So it has a different system and a different measure for what it itself is and what its truth is. And if you go, oh, what's a Muslim? What is Islam? You'll really end up with three main things. The first one is the 5 pillars. And the 5 pillars are 5 things from a particular narration of a particular follower of Muhammad who said that these are the cornerstones of Islam. And in the West, that's what we're usually encouraged to think are like the most important things in Islam are these particular things from this particular narration. And so we will talk about that. They are very important, but that narration is not itself the most authoritative source of knowledge. Another thing, another source of authority are the Quran and the Sunnah. Now, the Quran is the holy scripture of Islam, while it was traditionally seen as being something that was primarily oral during the lifetime of Muhammad and was certainly compiled in an official format under the authorities following Muhammad's death, much to the disagreement of certain groups within the Islamic body. It is what is the scripture now, the written thing, right? Because scripture literally means something written, right? And it says it within the Quran itself, it presents itself to be a book, whether or not and a written thing, a written item, something written, a scripture, right? Whether or not it actually was in a collated format at that time. So the other source that has to be at the same level as the Quran is the Sunnah. And the Sunnah consists of the what Muhammad did and what he talked about, what he failed to do even, what he remarked on, what he failed to remark on, essentially the pattern of life that is Muhammad, his way of life and his pattern of conduct and his attitude toward things and the instructions he gave and the stories that he told that are not in the Quran. The Quran presents itself as being the literal words of Allah handed to Muhammad word for word through an angel from Allah. But the Sunnah consists of the Prophet of Islam's activities that do not fit into the category of Quran, even though sometimes there are words from Allah that are not in the Quran, that are supposed to be word for word from Allah, but they don't make the Quran. Now, the third source of authority is called the fiqh. And the fiqh is all of the legal rulings and the opinions of scholars. So you might hear the word Sharia. Well, Sharia, people go, oh, Sharia, political Islam, and they put this into another category. It is not. You cannot know how to pray without fiqh, without Sharia. You cannot know how to get married, how to get divorced, how to leave your inheritance, how to eat food, how to wake up, how to walk into a bathroom, how to walk into a mosque. All of these things, every piece of your life is categorized into something that is allowed or disallowed, obligatory, preferable, disliked, or forbidden. All of these categories, everything falls into one of these categories, no matter what it is. Even if it's playing video games, it has to be above a certain, it can't fall within the haram category. Literally everything that you do in Islam is religious and is part of this. There is no such thing as non-political Islam. Muhammad was the political leader of his community. And all of the caliphs who came after were his successors. Caliph means successor. And so they are imbued with the same political and a religious authority as Muhammad. And there is no ummah that does not have this political, or ummah, no community of Islam that does not have political and religious authority together, because the way in which you rule your life is, in the Islamic view, your religion. And a lot of times it will be called deen, which literally means a law code, but especially a law code with a religious sense. So whenever Muslims talk about their religion, they usually talk about their deen, which means their law code. To them, law is religion, religion is law. There's no such thing as a secular law, no such thing as a secular state. It's just a myth. Now,
real quickly,
go ahead.
With the confusion about chat comments and whatnot, I forgot to say a couple things at the start here. As you saw from the bot, if you use hashtag notable, you can flag a segment. So I have hired a video editor within the last week, and if you nothing visible will happen. But if you put that in the chat saying, you know, what you guys have been discussing, I think that would be as a standalone video, then those timestamps will be saved and it will facilitate that. So look for some new videos coming out where we're going to be taking segments from the live streams. This is a feature that people have requested for a long time, and we're going to try implementing that on a trial basis. If you find that useful and you want to support the channel, I encourage you to check out my Patreon found in the video description. I also got several comments about YouTube messing up and telling you that the stream wouldn't begin for another hour. Well, that was my fault. I thought when I saw that, I looked and I'm like, oh, whoops, I put it at 8 o'clock instead of 7 o'clock. So that is my fault. I had the start time wrong. This time YouTube is off the hook on that one. So you used the highlight and said, Islam is the reason for all the terrorists, and Polar Country said, Hamas is not an organization dedicated to liberating Palestine. It is a terror organization.
Well, it will depend on what you mean by liberation. We will find out exactly what I mean by that as we keep going. So, where the name Hamas itself is an acronym, but was deliberately created to be an acronym like the Patriot Act or the Pelosi Act. That's also a word, right? So the word comes from the root HMS in Arabic, and an Ahmas was an individual of the Meccan Hums Association of the pre-Islamic Muhrimin Deen, which means the religion in a law code sense of this group called the Hums. The Hums were people who regarded the pagan shrine at Mecca as the foremost of all pagan shrines. These were associators, mushrikeen. And yet within them, there is a class in the Quraysh, which means the tribe of Muhammad was one of them, that they regarded that the Kaaba of Mecca and Allah, who was the god of the Kaaba of Mecca, was the highest and most important of all the pagan gods. And so Hamas has taken this name, their name, from this group of people, okay? It means a zealous fighter. And originally for the shrine at Mecca, among all the other pagans, they regarded this shrine as more important than any of the rest of the pagans did. And so they were a special group, an elite group within pagans. And Hamas was indeed founded as a religious organization, and westernized Jews, secularized Jews who didn't know much about Islam, they thought it would be a good counterweight to the political Islamic organizations, because it is in fact forbidden for Muslims to teach outsiders about their religion, just as it is forbidden for Jews to teach outsiders about their religion. And so if you, because of the way the law within Islam works, you are supposed to tell outsiders whatever is most useful for you and for the ummah, for the Islamic community, rather than the truth, because you're not allowed to tell people until they've decided to become Muslim. You're not allowed to tell them the details of Islam, right? And so because of that, they're like, oh, we're just this pious organization, and we just want piety and goodness and religion. And the Jews went, oh, well, we've a lot of these are westernized Jews. We've lived along Christians for a long time. That should be fine. And so they actually helped get Hamas off the ground. And then Hamas took the mask off.
Seems to happen a lot in Islam, almost like it's part of the system that when you're in the minority, you're sitting around saying, oh, we just want to be with peace, everyone, but they keep hurting us, and won't you just help us? We can all get along. And then when you get a little bit of power, then you start to expand that and say, well, you have your ideas, we have ours. We're in conflict with one another, but that's okay. And then when you get enough power, and it's by no means 50%, maybe 25% of the population or something is sufficient, then you start waging offensive jihad. You start trying to take over the land. And this comes from the words of Muhammad himself. He outlined this formula both in his own life and in his explicit teachings, that when you're in the minority, yeah, we can all get along. And then but it's always a waiting game, right? It's always a waiting game until you build up your numbers, and then suddenly, nope, no friendship here. And to be clear, there are individual Muslims who don't follow this. Not everyone follows their religion. Again, not about Muslims. It's about what the religion teaches.
Right. So the 1988 Charter of Hamas was its founding document. Okay. And these are excerpts from it with topical headings that the topical headings are not part of it. Things in quotes are part of it. Okay. So it said, for instance, Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it, just as it obliterated others before it. So it also claims
extremely peaceful.
that Israel is to be exclusively Muslim. The land of Palestine is an Islamic waqf, a holy possession consecrated for future Muslim generations until Judgment Day. No one can renounce any part of it or abandon it or any part of it. So every single square mile of the Holy Land is supposed to belong to the Muslims, according to this. Palestine is an Islamic land. Since this is the case, the liberation of Palestine is an individual duty for every Muslim wherever he may be. So,
and we're proud of that.
Yes, and this is the view that as Ali Dawa is so very proud of, that Muslims take, or that Hamas says that Muslims should take of Israel. And they updated this in 2017 and actually expurgated most of the most violent language. And yet they still, even in their updates, had phrases like this: Jerusalem is the capital of Palestine. Its religious, historic, and civilizational status is fundamental to Arabs, Muslims, and the world at large. Its Islamic and Christian holy places belong exclusively to the Palestinian people and to the Arab and Islamic Ummah. That means the Muslim community. Not one stone of Jerusalem can be surrendered or relinquished. So, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the Via Dolores, the Sorrowful Way, the churches in places like Bethlehem, Nazareth, all of those, they're saying that that belongs to them because they are the true followers of Allah and no one else is, and that not one stone of it should belong to anyone else. So let us imagine that every stone of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre belonged to Muslims. What would they do with it? They'd tear it down. So this, we want just another, the two-state solution is not possible with Hamas. Hamas cannot exist and still have it. We're going to determine whether or not that this is congruent with Islam in a moment, but you need to be clear about what they are asking for and not be deluded. So we're back to 1988 again. Here's a call to jihad within it. The day the enemies usurp part of Muslim land, jihad becomes the individual duty of every Muslim. In the face of the Jews' usurpation, it is compulsory that the banner of jihad be raised. Now, I will talk for a moment about fiqh, about this particular subject. So Islamic law on the idea of what is a Muslim land is literally any square foot of land that any Muslim ever claimed. So Sardinia, Rhodes,
Spain.
Crete, Spain, Greece, all of those lands, Serbia, all of those lands are Muslim land, and the banner of jihad must be raised to retake them and kill everyone. South Sudan,
India.
yes. So all of these places must be under jihad forever until they are retaken. And that is a correct interpretation of normative Islamic law. And that continues, ranks will close, fighters joining other fighters, and masses everywhere in the Islamic world will come forward in response to the call of duty, loudly proclaiming, "Hail to jihad." This cry will reach the heavens and will go on being resounded until liberation is achieved, the invaders vanquished, and Allah's victory comes about.
Sounds extremely peaceful. I don't know why people can't just get along.
I mean, it's astonishing that people can't get along with Hamas. It just must be because the Jews are being unreasonable. That's clearly it. So here's a statement of rejection of all negotiated peace settlements, peace initiatives, and so-called peaceful solutions and international conferences are in contradiction to the principles of the Islamic resistance movement. These conferences are no more than a means to appoint the infidels as arbiters and the land of Islam. There is no solution for the Palestinian problem except by jihad. Initiatives, proposals, and international conferences are but a waste of time and exercise in futility. And yet, people keep calling Israel, why can't you make peace with them? Why can't you make peace? Doesn't seem like they want peace. And here is a particularly important statement from this charter. The day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight Jews and kill them. Then the Jews will hide behind rocks and trees, and the rocks and trees will cry out, "Oh, Muslim, there is a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill him."
I wonder where they got this Article 7 from.
Yes, I think that you might have something to play for us that will enlighten us on this particular topic.
Yes, I do. 1 second here. I did not realize it would be so quickly, so it wasn't quite called up, but I'll get it right up here. 1 second. There we go.
Brothers and sisters, Jews in Israel specifically and in the rest of the world generally have been planting a specific type of tree inside and around their homes. And every now and then, we keep on receiving news about Jews planting new forests of the gharqad trees, such as around the West Bank and the Masjid al-Aqsa area. The gharqad tree is known as the trees of the Jews. And now, thanks to all the recent news reports and social media postings, gharqad tree is being associated explicitly with the Jews living in Palestine.
So I have a few pauses here in the video.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Something just happened. I'll turn on the video here and see if maybe other people can hear you. Nope, they can't hear you either. It's on the.
Yeah, well,
you're
I could see that you couldn't hear me, so I muted the video to prevent feedback, and that apparently also muted me. So there you go. Anyway, as I was saying, I put a couple pauses in here so that we could discuss what we just saw. So apparently there are news stories everywhere, and to be clear, this video was made not long ago, but before the current conflict started. It was made maybe like 2 or 3 months ago. There's apparently abundant news stories going around about how Jews are planting this special magical tree. And the video will quote the hadith here in a minute. But Mary, what do you think? Do you think that Jews are planting this tree in and around their homes? Specifically, Jews living in the West Bank and in Gaza.
I don't think the Jews have any idea what this tree is, because this is such an stupidly embarrassing hadith that it's something that Muslims love to say to one another. They don't actually like to say to outsiders. Yeah, we're both back on now, so everybody should be able to hear it.
Yeah. So they're saying it now because they're just having the delay, but having the audio issue portion because of the delay. But so let's see. I found a video, and apparently this rumor has been going around a while about Jews planting the magic tree, because I found a video from 4 years ago where someone whose main purpose of their channel is just to interview people living in Israel and in Palestine. It's not a religious channel per se, but people living in that area on various issues. So one of the videos he did was interviewing Jews about whether or not they had ever heard of planting these trees, because there was accusations they were doing it even 4 years ago.
Have you ever heard of a tree called the Garkad tree? Okay.
You want to tell us what you do with Islamic theology?
Hold on. It could be, in Hebrew, it could be Yimloach, or it could be Atad.
Nope.
Okay. It is a tree that Muslims believe that the Jews will hide behind in the end of days. Have you ever heard this within Judaism? First of all, have you ever heard of that?
No.
Okay. And is there anything in Judaism something about Jews hiding behind a tree?
It's sunny, maybe.
What?
It's sunny.
Oh, if it's sunny, got it, for the shade. No, I mean in the end of days, here or...
No, never heard of that. Never.
All right, so we'll pause it there. And before we continue on with the Islamic video, I wanted to say that in this video, most of the people are speaking Hebrew, so I picked out one of the segments where they are speaking English. But everyone says the same thing. Everyone's like, I've never heard of this. I think one woman had heard something about Islamic theology, but of course she'd never seen anyone planting the tree either. Towards the end of the video, he interviews people who run nurseries, run places where you can buy plants, and most of them haven't heard of the tree either, to give you an idea of just how prominent this tree apparently is in Israel. And I'll put a link to the full video for those who want to check that out.
Yes, and let's go ahead and switch over to mine for a moment so we can talk a little bit about the specific tree, because the Hamas charter did not actually say what the species of tree is, but we will find out whenever we go to the Islamic sources. So the question is this what Islam teaches? I believe that these are ISIS members, but the one symbol is a symbol for Islam as a whole. All right, so we're starting with the Sunnah, which are the sayings and actions of Muhammad, and they have so much authority that they are the main source about how to be Muslim when they're authoritatively explained through the fiqh. So you have to have an explanation of them because sometimes they're contradictory, and which one is more important than this one, which one is more authoritative than that one. But taken together, they explain how to be Muslim far more than anything else. You can't get the 5 prayers out of the Quran. You can't know when to pray, how to pray, any of that stuff. It comes from the Sunnah. Most of these are recorded in the Ahadith. It also it determines whether or not certain parts of the Quran are to be enforced or whether or not they're abrogated, because the Quran itself says that, oh, I will cause you to forget some things, Muhammad, but it's okay because I'll send you better things that come after that. And so this is interpreted to mean not only things that are like literally forgotten, but new things will come down in Muhammad's lifetime that will contradict the previous things that Allah has said. So during Muhammad's lifetime, the deen was entirely temporary and could be abrogated in a moment's notice by something new. And these new things are always better. So whatever the latest thing is, it is the best. And the Quran, because of the way it's organized from longest surah to the shortest, generally speaking, not strictly, but as a general pattern, right? You can't know what comes before or after. Also, there are inserts within the Quran that are out of order even within a single surah. So you need to know how all of these things work together. And to know what has been put away and what's been enforced. Also, the Sunnah can abrogate Quran for which there is no newer verse. So, for example, the Sunnis say that nikah muta, which is essentially temporary marriage, it is legalized prostitution. As long as you negotiate a fee ahead of time, then prostitution was fine in the time of Muhammad. And this exists in the Quran and is not abrogated by Quran. It is abrogated only in the Sunnah, only in the Ahadith. In addition, you can enforce things that got forgotten, abrogated in recitation, they will say, from the Quran. It was part of the Quran, and then people stopped saying it or forgot it or misplaced it. And yet the Sunnah will say, well, this is still enforced, so it is still part of Islamic law. For example, the stoning of adulterers. So that is how important this other source is. So if people say, oh, well, we don't take the hadith. Well, if you are Muslim, you have to take the ahadith, or else you can't even know how to pray. Or I don't particularly want to take this hadith. Well, they don't have the authority as to whether or not this particular hadith is to be accepted or not. You can't make that decision on your own. The ulama, which are the body of scholars, has already made that decision, whether or not it's to be accepted and how it's to be interpreted. And your job is to accept it, because if you go against what the messenger or his successors have the same level of authority, what they have declared, then that makes you not a Muslim anymore. So
there was a question about the scientific name of the tree. You can see it on the screen there, Lycium swai, I guess, or sha'i. I think generally you pronounce every letter in Latin, so it probably has 2 I sounds there at the end. But anyway, if you wanted to see a picture of it or whatever, you can put that into Google image search and you can come up with it, or you can just wait a little bit. There's going to be pictures of it in the video. And I did also want to take this super chat from Jack Ray really quick.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
So he says, not armature or amateur hour, because, having all kinds of problems, which we usually say amateur hour. So to prevent me from saying that, he gave a donation, so it wouldn't be amateur hour. And I did see another super chat from Jack Ray, was right as we started, but I refreshed the page to try to figure out if it was something wrong with the page or not when we were having chat issues. So I won't be able to bring that one up. But thank you very much for both of those donations, Jack.
No, it appears that it's just me now. I'm still blocked on chat, but I'm not blocked on comments, so it's very weird. There's something up. I have no idea why. Anyway, Muhammad taught specifically what was necessary to happen for the last day. That means day of resurrection and everything else, for that to come. And these were things that have to be brought about one way or another. Some are things that people can't control, but other depends on the actions of the Islamic Ummah. It depends on the Muslims doing certain things. There are hadith that say the last day would come after Persia was defeated and taken and conquered. And there's another hadith that says that it would happen just as soon as Constantinople is taken over. It's the end of the world. It's over. Obviously, this is one of the many false prophecies of Muhammad because, of course, they took Constantinople and the world did not, in fact, end. But this kind of hadith, this kind of saying of Muhammad, encouraged Muslims to devote massive resources to those tasks for decades in the case of Persia and for centuries in the case of Constantinople, because they are trying to fulfill the will of Allah in obedience. So another one of these ahadiths says that all the Jews have to be killed by Muslims before the resurrection can come. Here is one version of this hadith. And this one says the hour will not be established until you fight with the Jews, and the stone behind which a Jew will be hiding will say, "Oh Muslim, there's a Jew hiding behind me, so kill him." So that's part of what's being quoted in that particular hadith that Hamas is using. Another one says that the Jews will hide behind stones and trees, and the stones and trees will say that, "Oh, servant of Allah, there's a Jew behind me, come and kill him." But the tree, Garquad, goodness, I can't say the G. I'm just going to say regular G. Sorry, guys, I'm going to butcher it. I have not practiced still this letter in Arabic, so it's horrific. So we're just going to say Garquad, and would not say this thing because it's a tree of the Jews. So what that video is saying is that there's a particular tree that is a tree of the Jews.
Whoops, sorry about that.
Exactly. Why only this tree?
Well, the audience didn't actually hear that. Only you heard that, Mary.
Oh, that's funny. So there is a particular tree that is a tree of the Jews that isn't going to say this, but the rest of the trees will. And so that is what is being referenced in the video that Thaddeus showed. And this is in the best of the Islamic sources, the best ahadith collections. This is authoritative. It's so important that Hamas quoted it. So go ahead if you have more resources on this topic.
But I was about to say, but we don't have to take Mary's word for it. We can see what this video by the Muslim channel, which I forgot to say earlier, is called "Jews Planted the Gardens of Harkad Trees. Another sign of the day of judgment has occurred." I'll put a link to that in the video description and in the chat here momentarily. But let's see what they say, right? They say they're going to explain why Jews have supposedly been studying the Islamic texts.
But why is that? Why only this tree? If you go through all the religious scriptures, including Bible and the Torah, only one source has linked Gharqad trees and the Jews, and that is Quran and Hadith. Here is a hadith to explain this. It is narrated in the hadith that Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "The hour will not begin until you fight the Jews, until a Jew will hide behind a rock or a tree, and the rock or tree will say, 'O Muslim, O slave of Allah, here is a Jew behind me. Come and kill him, except the Gharqad tree.'"
So there you go. Got the same thing that Mary said straight from the Muslim source there. Anything you want to add, Mary, or shall we see what else they have to say?
Let's keep going, and we will see this. By the way, that's I believe that's a Pakistani channel. given their accents. Hadith.
This straight away proves that the Jews accept the Quran and Hadith as authentic sources of knowledge and guidance. Allah has already told us in the Quran that Jews know the truth. They hide it only to protect their arrogance.
So Jews are supposedly, right, according to rumors that they've heard, Jews are planting this special tree, which presumably was called the tree of the Jews to begin with, because it's a tree that grows in that general geographic region where Muhammad thought a lot of Jews lived. But because they're planting the tree, this proves straight away that they know that Islam is the truth, that they know the Quran and Hadith contain accurate information, but they're just so arrogant. They're just so prideful that instead of converting to Islam, they're studying these texts so they know how to fight on the side of Satan in the end times. Amazing stuff. Anything you want to add?
Nope. Are we going to finish out this?
Yeah, I think there might be 2 more segments, but they're along the same line. So
Yeah, about the Dajjal and stuff.
They are vigilantly noting each and every sign of the last hour, and they are working extremely hard to achieve their goals, which is to seize the Masjid al-Aqsa and build the Haikal of Soleimani. We know that while the Muslims are waiting for their savior, Imam Mahdi, the Jews are waiting for Dajjal. As the Jews will stand by Dajjal as his army and fight Muslims. And they are preparing for that day and time with full zeal as well. They are slowly taking over the holy places of the Muslims, such as the Masjid al-Aqsa, the Bayt al-Muqaddas, and the Haikal of Soleimani. The Jews pray in front of the huge western wall every day for the Dajjal to appear. They are rapidly planting the huge trees of Gharqad. They are already preparing and planning for the big battle that is soon going to happen, in which the Muslims will kill the Jews.
So, just so you know, when Jews pray at the Western Wall, at the Wailing Wall, it's not because it's connected to the temple, or at least they sort of connected to the temple as the outer wall. But regardless, it's because that's where they pray to Dajjal. Every day they go there and they just want to pray to Dajjal and hope that the Islamic version of the Antichrist brings about the end times and takes them into his army. Amazing stuff here. There is
Right.
A couple closing thoughts from them, but I think you wanted to talk about the Dajjal first.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about the Dajjal and why they think that comes from the Dajjal. It looks like for some reason YouTube decided to stop blocking my comments, so I can actually participate in chat and answer questions there now. It's driving me crazy. All right. So the Hamas charter quoted this hadith directly. The understanding of this hadith is the same as the normative Islamic understanding of it. Just like the false prophecy about the last day would come as soon as Constantinople fell, was a rallying point for the full energy of the entire Islamic community to attack it for 820 years. Muslims will try to kill all the Jews if it takes another 820 years or another 2,000 years, unless Islam is destroyed first or Christ returns and condemns them all. Muslim authorities define killing the Jews as a defensive war because the Jews do not embrace Islam. Either you follow Muhammad or you are at war with him. So that is just the way Islam is construed, the way it is written, the way Muhammad taught it. This is not some sort of weird thing that Hamas is doing off and on in its own little corner. This is how Muhammad got people to follow him and kill people and make him rich. So you notice it says that Muslims will believe that Jews will follow the Dajjal. That's what this says, and that is in fact what Muslims believe. So Dajjal al-Masih means the false Christ. Okay? So the false Christ or the false Messiah will be followed by the Jews. Now, in Christianity, the Antichrist, or instead of Christ, is the leader of a false international religion that requires apostasy from Christ to follow. Now, in Christianity, there are many little a antichrists, and then one final big A main antichrist who is the beast of Revelation and so on, right? In popular Christianity, this idea of there being an antichrist, someone who sets up a religion in place of Christianity, and sometimes mixed up with the command not to be deceived by anyone saying that Christ is returned. So the international religion then becomes headed by a false Messiah in that view. This may or may not be the case. This is not an authoritative, infallible exegesis of it. It is a popular view that has historically been a popular view. Now, as many will be deceived, and the Jews are still waiting for the Messiah because they reject Yeshua HaMashiach. The Christians often predict that the Antichrist will trick Jews into believing that he is the Messiah, right? Because they're still waiting for Messiah. If someone comes and leads a new religion, then if that person convinces Jews that he's the Messiah, Jews would follow him, right? But of course, today, Christians would also think that there is an equal or greater likelihood that the Antichrist will be the Mahdi of the Muslims, because that is a figure who is supposed to appear in the end times, according to Muslims, who is a true figure, who does not appear at all as any sort of positive figure. There is no equivalent of Mahdi in the Christian sources. So if someone appears and gathers all the Muslims around them, that would be Antichrist, at least an Antichrist, if not the Antichrist. Could be another Krishna avatar to the Hindus. The same person could represent the same to all three groups and lead a new kind of, this is the religion of all religions for everyone, you know? That could be a possibility. This is not an authoritative exegesis, but it is a possible one. Well, Muhammad took the first part, that because Jews had rejected the Messiah, then they would go after a false Messiah. And so they said, oh, the Jews are going to follow him because they don't believe that Jesus, which Muhammad called Isa wrongly, is al-Masih. So they don't believe that he is the Messiah. Now, Muslims say that they believe that Jesus is the Messiah, but they have no idea what Messiah means. Even the word Messiah is not defined in any of their sources correctly. There are some incorrect speculations of scholars, but there is no correct understanding of even the literal meaning of the word Messiah, much less the entire metaphysical, religious meaning of it, right? So, Muslims do not think that Jesus is Al-Dajjal. Al-Dajjal, they believe that Jesus is Isa, but that a false Messiah will come before them. Now here, and that he will fool specifically the Jews. So here it says, the Dajjal will be followed by 70,000 Jews of Isfahan wearing Persian shawls. And I don't think that there are hardly any Jews left there at all. So certainly not 70,000. This is part of Iran. And it was an area that had tons and tons of Jews at the time of Muhammad, before years and years of persecution reduced their numbers massively. But this is specifically what's believed. Well, if you're following the Dajjal, why are you following him? Well, you think that he is the true Al-Masih, the true Christ, the true Messiah, right? Well, what do you think that he looks like? Well, here is an interesting piece of Islamic material that says why Muslims will not be fooled into believing that the Dajjal is truly to be followed. So, Anas declares that there was never a prophet who has not warned the Ummah of that one-eyed liar. So the Dajjal is a one-eyed liar, and apparently every single prophet has previously warned his Ummah about that. Now, it's very interesting because, of course, Jews and Christians have the writings of many, many prophets. And yet none of them talk about a one-eyed liar. But according to Muhammad, Allah told him that all the prophets actually did warn their ummas of this one-eyed liar. And he is one-eyed, but your Lord is not one-eyed. Your Lord meaning Allah. So if you don't know better, you will believe that Al-Dajjal is who? Who do you think, who are you trying to keep you from confusing Dajjal with here?
The savior figure. Or
No.
is it Allah?
Your Lord is not one-eyed.
Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. So it's Allah then, yes.
So now you can say, now it's really interesting that Muslims have to be told this, because apparently they will otherwise think that Dajjal is Allah, because they're telling you how to tell the difference between Dajjal and Allah. And so that means that the Jews who are fooled believe that Dajjal, the false Messiah, is actually God. So that would mean that the true Messiah should be God.
God.
Right. And so this is a particularly problematic teaching of Islam, and it is very indicative of how Islam developed by raiding pieces of Christianity and Judaism and just gluing them together and then wearing them like a skin suit of monotheism without understanding the implications of literally anything. So the true, and there's also, and Muslims are going to be so skeptical that when Allah does appear, at first they won't trust that he has appeared. Dajjal does indeed look like Allah when they're both wearing sunglasses. Excellent point, Houston Euler. Beautiful.
Well, I guess it's somewhat ambiguous whether like he has a normal face and he's just missing an eye, or he has a face that only has one eye naturally. But probably the first one, because otherwise he would look way different than Allah, who looks exactly like Adam in every way, because, Adam's created in the image of God. So Muhammad thought that Allah looked exactly like Adam.
Yes, he did. So it's also important to understand that whenever Allah finally does come, they won't recognize him at first, Then the Almighty will come to them in a shape other than that which they saw the first time. Interesting. So he's going to see Allah in multiple shapes, and he will say, I am your Lord, and they will say, you are not our Lord. And none will speak to him. And none will speak to him then, but the prophets. And then it will be said to them, do you know any sign by which you can recognize him? So we need to be able to recognize Allah in a very, very unique way. And that is, and then the prophets will say, well, obviously it's his shin. There's something with his leg. If you uncover his leg and shin there, it actually means entirety of a lower leg. Muhammad apparently just picked a part of the leg there. And so Allah will uncover his shin, whereupon every believer will prostrate before him, and those that remain who used to prostrate before him just for showing off and for gaining good reputation. So the true believers.
Yeah, that good old magic shin that'll clear up any ambiguity of who the figure is, because we all know that God's shin is very unique, and that's how you recognize him. And every Muslim has a conception of this in their mind, because the hadith tell us that the Muslims recognize him by the picture that they have of him. So, of course, by that logic, every Muslim must know exactly what this shin looks like.
Well,
but Houston has a good question here. He says, does the Dajjal also have two right hands?
Apparently so. He might. So since the only way, and the important thing to realize is that you don't say a horse is not a snake because a horse has eyelids and a snake doesn't, because you're not going to confuse a horse and a snake. What you say is a legless lizard is not a snake because a legless lizard has eyelids and a horse doesn't. The things must resemble themselves so closely that making that distinction will help you tell them apart, for that not to just be nonsense vomiting out of your mouth. So either Muhammad is vomiting nonsense that literally means nothing, or else the Dajjal looks so much like Allah that you will think that the Dajjal is Allah if you do not know about the one-eyedness, right?
Uh-huh.
So now because every Muslim is going to recognize Allah by his shin, that means that every Muslim needs to know what the shin looks like. And the most interesting thing is that literally no Muslim knows what the shin looks like, nor are they even allowed to speculate. They're not allowed to tell you what the shin looks like. What is remarkable, though, is that the Christian scripture actually tells you what this is. So Christians
Gonna
who
get
are
the mystery
careful
solved
readers,
here.
I have solved it, actually know what is special about Allah's shin. You ready for this? It's great. So this is from Revelation 19. Then I saw heaven. This is a vision it's a vision, so it's not something literal. And it's from Revelation, which is a book of visions about the end times and the initiation in the new heaven and the new earth. And this is as right before the Messiah, the true Messiah, returns. So then I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse. The one sitting on it is called Faithful and True, and in righteousness he judges and makes war. His eyes are like a flame of fire, and on his head are many diadems, and he has a name written that no one knows but himself. He is clothed in a robe dipped in blood, and the name by which he is called is the Word of God. Now, who is the Word of God, Thaddeus?
Well, of course, this is Jesus. I'm still not quite seeing how this is a shin, though.
Oh, well, we will keep going. So it is Jesus here, and a word of Allah is in fact a title that Jesus is uniquely given in the Quran as well, which the Najran Christians called Muhammad out for. They said, how can you claim that Isa is the word of Allah, because the word of Allah is eternal, and yet is just a human being? If he is ontologically the word of Allah, as you yourself have confessed. So here is an unambiguous reference to Jesus in the Christian scriptures. And that says, and the armies of heaven, arrayed in fine linen, white and pure, were following him on white horses. From his mouth comes a sharp sword with which to strike down the nations, and he will rule them with a rod of iron. He will tread the winepress of the fury of the wrath of God the Almighty. On his robe and on his thigh, he has a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. So the shin of Allah was stolen from the thigh of Jesus in this vision. So every Christian who is a careful reader, they won't connect it to a shin because that story is so odd, but they know what it references. It is Christ returning triumphant, King of Kings and Lord of Lords, that is on the robe and upon the thigh of Christ. And yet this is how we know who is not Isa but Allah, because this is the kind of religion that Islam is.
Yeah, so let me just summarize here. So what probably happened is Muhammad heard some stories about Christians talking about the end times, heard that they will recognize their Lord by his name being written on their thigh. Now, if Christians were saying that, they're not correctly interpreting the scripture, of course. It's not like we actually expect Jesus to appear with his name written on his body, symbolic in the vision. But I can imagine some people telling that story around a campfire while Muhammad was out on a journey doing some trading before he became a prophet. And he kind of remembered that story later on, remembered that it was connected to God, and thus says, this is how you recognize him. He's the only one, right? He's the only one that has his name written on his leg. The Dajjal looks just like him, but he doesn't have the name written there. So when he picks up his pant leg and you can see the name, you'll know which one is legitimate. Sounds pretty plausible to me.
Yes, and most likely this came after the time that Zayd ibn Thabit learned Aramaic in like 14 days. So he kind of sort of learned it because they have a lot of the same roots. You can kind of sort of make out essentially what things say. And so he had some, Muhammad had acquired some Aramaic books that were religious. And so this is probably what Zayd ibn Thabit was able to parse out of them, and it became the Shin of Allah through garbled and confusion. Probably was not originally the actual scripture that Zayd even had access to, but like some homily on it, or some hymn, or some vague reference to it. And so this goes through this telephone game, because Islam is a telephone game religion, and whatever happens to pop out of the mouth of Muhammad ended up being in absolutely, enshrined in Islam. And for those who don't know, this Shin is very, very, very serious business in Islam. Everyone who knows anything about the characteristics of Allah will have heard of his Shin, because it is so important. It's how you know that he is Allah and not an imposter. And again, remember, he appears in one form, and this is an incredibly long hadith, but I do encourage you to read the whole thing because it's hilarious from the beginning to the end. But everyone knows about the Shin because it is so important, whenever in reality it is again stolen from Christ, because of course that is what Islam does. It steals from Christ. So
Absolutely. So before you go on, I do have a couple comments from the audience. Rachel says that has to be the closest thing to even making sense of the Shin thing. Well done. We do have Fads, a Muslim, in the chat who's been on the channel before. He says, that hadith about you will fight against the Jews and you'll gain victory over them, it's the end times. So thank you for that, Fads, for confirming what I speculated in my mind, that common Muslims are thinking that the end times are upon them, and that's why they're so hyped up about this present situation. So let me ask you a question. If the whole situation blows over in 2 years from now, there's no conflict, will you be leaving Islam because of this false prophecy? Or will you just say, never mind, it's not the end times, or maybe it still is the end times somehow? In other words, will you actually take evidence into account? I would love to know that.
So again, here is the point. I know that Muslims are incredibly slow. It happens whenever you keep marrying your cousins. But let's do this again, very slowly. So there are some things about what has to happen before the last day comes that Muslims have no power over and no control of. Other things they see as being commands, things that they must carry out to allow the last day to come. For example, the conquest of Persia was one of those things that Muslims must do, and of course the conquest of Mecca too. Muhammad originally told people that the end times would come the moment they took over Mecca, and when it didn't, then he was like, oh, let's go march against Tabuk, because what we have to do is we have to take Rome. So again, there are a list of things that they have no control over, and a list of things that Muslims must accomplish to bring about the end of the world and the resurrection. So Muslims will try to kill all of the Jews if it takes another 820 years, or if it takes another 2,000 years, unless Islam is destroyed first or Christ returns and condemns them all. Because this is among the things that is incumbent upon Muslims to accomplish, to bring about the end times successfully. So this is not a mere prediction that these various things will happen. It is what they must accomplish and what they must do.
Very good. And we'll watch the rest of the video here shortly. I put the link to that in the chat again, because it goes along with what Mary's saying, that the people who made this video are suggesting, they actually put it in past tense, another sign of the day of judgment has occurred, or actually they just say occurred. They're saying that the end is very close. Those Jews, they're planting trees. They know that the end is coming. And then and that was before the Hamas Israel conflict started. Hasfetz comes in here and he confirms. He's thinking the same thing, right? We're about to kill all the Jews. Yeah, we're going to kill those Jews and then the world will end. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Amazing. And if you're wondering why Muslims have been so hyped up, why you're seeing all the people in the streets celebrating, it's because they're thinking just like Hasfads here. They think that they're about to finally have the victory over those hated Jews, and they'll soon be in paradise with Allah and getting all their rewards, blah, blah, blah. Amazing. Thank you so much, Hasfads. Thank you. Christ of Salvation says, wait, Allah has a shape?
Well, Allah is an enormous giant in actual early stories of Muhammad. He is very clearly a very large man and has all the features of a man. He is a very large human being, according to Muhammad. That's so humiliating that we have that we have hundreds of years of Muslims trying to throw this out. You have the Mu'tazilites who are just like, yeah, let's just bury all of this incredibly embarrassing stuff that Muhammad said and get rid of it. And that was actually the first type of Islam that was supported by the state, was the Mu'tazilite point of view that would revise and adapt and edit out all of the incredibly stupid and embarrassing things that Muhammad said, like, for example, the fact that Allah very clearly is an enormous man stomping around, sitting on a literal throne, doing all of these very literal things. He has gonads, he has sperm, he has a giant womb that grabs his hips. Like, he has all of these various and sundry very human characteristics. And the only difference between Allah and Adam, when Adam was in heaven, before Adam was made alive, essentially, was that Adam had a digestive tract, and that was the sole discernible difference. If you were looking at Allah, he looked exactly like Adam, except for the fact that if you flew inside Adam's nose, you could fly out of his butthole because he had a digestive tract. That is in the Islamic sources. That is what Muhammad actually taught. This is perhaps the stupidest religion that has ever existed. And yet it has billions of followers because there is no separation between politics and faith here. And the people who were devoted to what Muhammad actually taught did end up having the upper hand. And so the Mu'tazilites and so on were not able to reform the religion to make it more coherent. The Shias, who gave their imams, continue to give their imams much more authority, similar to what the early caliphs had, they were able to deep six huge amounts of incredibly embarrassing things and make up a semi-Hindu form of Allah, where Allah takes the place of Brahman and the rest. But the Sunnis were actually not able to have that level of authority over their scholars. And so a lot of what Muhammad actually taught could not be destroyed, could not be erased, as the early authorities wanted to get rid of it because it was so embarrassing.
So you says, so is Allah a shapeshifter? And John Wilson says, hang on, Allah made Adam in his image. Wasn't Adam 90 cubits tall? Yeah, that's exactly what Mary's saying about him being a giant, right?
Adam was only 90 cubits tall after he got shrunk down.
So he's even bigger.
Yes. So when he was first thrown out of Jannah, he was so huge that his head scraped the top of the first heaven. And so he was shrunk down to 90 cubits. But whenever people die and they are resurrected in Jannah, they will only be, or I believe it was actually 60 cubits, 90 feet. I believe that they will again be 60 cubits or 90 feet tall, which is the shrunken size of Adam. So there you go.
Yet another thing you can look forward to in Jannah. You got your virgins, and you got your boys that wait on you, and you got your rivers of wine. You also get to be 90 feet tall. And yeah, I think you're right. 90 feet, not 90 cubits, but close enough. Magnum Opus wants to know if Allah has a leather strip of the anus. Well, he does have an eye, right? So I guess so.
Since he doesn't sleep, he never farts. And remember that according to one of the stories that Muhammad said, Muhammad was so offended by bodily emissions that he declared that pooping was the reason, or farting was a reason, that Adam was thrown out of Jannah, and another one, pooping was. So if you fart, you get thrown out of the garden. But fortunately, you won't need to fart after you become resurrected, because you will merely sweat out all the food and drink and burp it up. Burping is fine and is not at all uncouth. It is desirable to burp up all of your food and to sweat all of it out. It is merely the farting and pooping and peeing that apparently Muhammad doesn't like. So you will pee out the same, or you will sweat out all the quantities that you drink and will not pee.
Thank you for that very important clarification. A couple funny comments. John Wilson says, banging your shin against anything is very painful. Listening to Allah is also very painful. A clear linguistic miracle or something. Not interested said, no offense, but there's literally guys who preach against Jews. I'm not joking. I don't know if he means Christians or Muslims, but that's definitely true. However, I think that we need to look at what the sources say and see if that preaching is justified. And in the case of Islam, we're seeing why it's justified, because this is the Sunnah of Muhammad.
Let me clarify the anus strap. So someone asked, that have something to do with the anus strap? Well, yes, indeed it does. The strap of the anus means that when you are awake, you fart less. When you sleep, you will fart without even knowing it, because the strap of your anus will be loosened. And because Allah doesn't fart, he doesn't have to worry about the strap of his anus. He also does not sleep. So he, again, does not have to worry about the strap of his anus. And since he doesn't, technically, maybe he has a blind anus, but it doesn't connect to anything.
So yeah, thank you for clarifying all these bizarre things. So what that actually means is that when you're awake, you don't fart as much, right? Or at least you're aware of it, so you can take the proper cleansing measures. But while you're asleep, you just fart and you just get dirty and you don't know anything about it.
Thus, you have to ceremonially cleanse yourself after any nap, because your eyes are closed, so the leather strap of your anus is unloosed, and thus you would have been gently passing wind without even realizing it, and so you are unclean, and now you need to be clean. So I hope that has clarified all the issues there. I know it's kind of confusing.
Yes. But, it's all good. We got some clarification on that, and Clyte has joined the chat. Welcome, Clyte.
Oh, here's a nice one. No, I meant juice because it simply sounds like Jews. I have no idea.
I thought he was.
No, he wasn't even trying to be like clever and make a sideways comment. No, he says that some people are preach against juice, because I have never heard of that from anyone. But okay.
Yeah, I assumed that he was, doing a play on words, either just because he thought it was funny or to get around potential YouTube censorship. But apparently, he actually meant what he said. So there you go. All right. So couple more quick comments. John Scott says, embarrassing. It's like Satan developed Islam after his defeat at the cross. The fact Islam claims to be Abrahamic is demonic itself. And I would have to agree with that. Solo Christo says, slow-mo, which I really appreciated, since we have some slow-mo footage coming up. Be on the lookout for that. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry, you will soon. Which brings me to this comment from Cargo Crew. I would be careful not to speculate without practically checking out the tree thing. Maybe David Wood could do an experiment, to which I will say, stay tuned. We actually do have something in mind for the hadith here about Jews hiding behind trees and whatnot. So that should be very interesting. And Christ is Salvation has also joined the chat. He said in the comments, Muslims hate Jews? Nah, they love them to death. Welcome to the chat, Christ is Salvation.
Hello, hello. God bless you. Haven't spoke with you guys for very long. God bless you all. Yeah, I don't think they hate Jews. I think they love them until they die. That's why they shoot them and kill them, you know? It's actually ironic, but
Absolutely. And speaking of slow-mo footage, your brother in Christ has joined the chat. Welcome.
Hey, good to be here.
Woohoo! Got a party started. So I did want to point out, because Muslims will always point this out, that the Muslims could have theoretically slaughtered all the Jews immediately. Why didn't they do it then, right? Well, for one thing, there was the enormous emphasis on conquering the Constantinople first. And once that was accomplished, that was like off the checklist. And so other things, then people went, oh, maybe this killing Jews thing would be something nice to do next, because they had a priority list here, and the Constantinople came first. There's also the fact that that Islam is allowed to be flexible for the moment. You can do whatever is expedient at the moment to a large extent in order to bring about your eventual goals later on. So there were these Mizrahi, which means Eastern Jews, who survived for hundreds of years despite this control. And the question is, why'd this start? How'd they do this? Et cetera, et cetera. Well, Muhammad had campaigned in Khaybar, which was the oasis north of what's called Medina now. It was called Yathrib originally, right? So he had driven all the Jews out of Yathrib proper. He had slaughtered all the men of one particular tribe, had driven away everyone of two other tribes previous to that. But as he got stronger, he got more killy and less leavey. And so the ones that had escaped previously went to Khaybar. And Muhammad, once he got strong enough, decided that he wanted to destroy them, take Khaybar, and that was actually the source of his enormous wealth that enabled him, or at least relative wealth to the other poor Bedouins, that enabled him to conquer Mecca shortly after. This was like in 28 or early 29. Sorry, the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, that was in 27. And so this was kind of like right after that, I believe. It was in 28, and it was right after this that this happened. And then shortly after that, within a couple of years, Muhammad had taken over Mecca and was enabled by this wealth that he'd conquered. So this was not a single city. It was not a walled place. What you would have are these little collections with these central defensive buildings in the middle. And if they were under attack, all the people would run into their fortification in the center, which was like this tall mud brick thing that was not easily accessible and was fairly defensible and didn't have many windows, but enough to shoot people out of, essentially. And he went from location to location, these little mini villages to mini villages, and took each one in turn and slaughtered all the men and enslaved all the women and children. And as it became obvious that this was going to happen, some of the Jews who were in the remaining ones, because it really was it was really a fortification against people who were just marauders. They didn't expect people to actually want to conquer them just to steal whatever they could, right? And so, yes, Khaybar was where he would eventually be poisoned by a Jewish woman who survived, and which she said was a test to see if Muhammad was a prophet. And so, as a test to see if Muhammad was a prophet, an angel should have told him that the food was poisoned before he ever ate it. Well, he actually put it in his mouth and then spit it out because he tasted the poison. And in fact, it's obvious that he tasted the poison because a man who ate it died, and he asked him as he was dying, why didn't you just spit it out when you tasted it? Which meant that Muhammad knew it was a poison that had a taste, because he tasted it himself and spat it out. But he credited Jibril with telling him this. And yet, in spite of that, he would say that this incident had made him sick in a way that he'd never recovered from, and would kill him several years later. And he would blame that as a cause of his death, which was essentially a confession that he believed himself to be a false prophet. So, and he also explicitly stated that he felt the poison cut his aorta when the Quran said that Allah would take him by his hand and cut his aorta if he said anything false in the name of Allah. So it was essentially a deathbed confession of his false prophethood. But bringing us back to the time of Khaybar, some of the Jews said, well, would you please not kill us all? We will essentially become your servants, and we will send you tribute every year from our dates. Dates are not high-value crops. They are called the bread of the desert for a reason. It'd be like wheat, right? But it was, for someone as poor as the Bedouins, it was a substantial amount. And so he agreed to that. And because they had not yet started attacking them, he said, oh, these Jews, they are now part of my personal possession. They are my own private property, and I can use this as I wish. I don't have to divide it up with the other people and only take 20%. So he used that to fund whomever he chose to convince them to become Muslim after that point. So then we have, and then there's a very small mini oasis near Yathrib, Medina, called Fadak. And Fadak basically went to him and was like, ha, we noticed you're killing all the Jews. Would you please save us? We'll do the same thing. And Fadak actually became the huge contention between Fatima and Ali and the caliphs, because the caliphs confiscated this private property of Muhammad and said that it would not, in fact, go to his only surviving daughter, and that it was property of the caliphate, things like that, and was part of the Sunni Shia split, by the way. And so they negotiated essentially the same arrangement, and then Tayma followed sometime later with about the same arrangement. Tayma was another oasis that was controlled by Jews at that time. Now, all of this funded much of the rest of his conquests, persuaded a bunch of Bedouins to come and join him. That's where the famous phrase is, do not say that you are believers, but say that you have submitted, that you are Muslim, that you don't have any faith. Instead, you are obedient to Muhammad, but that's enough, because what he cared about was power by this point, and he knew he was a fraud.
And we know that has been reversed by the great prophet Ali Dawa, who said it meant exactly the opposite of what it meant, to try to convince Sneeko that he didn't need to worry. He could just go on doing all the sinful things because, he believed, but he didn't submit. Jack Ray says Muhammad only wanted young dates. I like your play on words there,
oh my
Jack.
goodness, that's a good one. I was carefully not looking at that so I wouldn't get sidetracked, because it is a little bit complicated right now. So these Arabs, whenever they came out of the desert, they were totally incapable of running an empire. They were barely literate. They didn't know anything about any kind of bureaucracy. Their authority was based on personal pride and feuds and relationships at very small scale. So they used the educated people as their own agents to manage the empire for them. So Jews, Persians, and Romans, who knew taxation, contract law, mathematics, engineering, architecture, bureaucratic management, medicine, all of those things, they needed them to have a functional civilization, because these were uncivilized people without any of that knowledge. They were also educated in reading, writing, and history, and could administrate an empire. And they also, the Arabs, the majority of the Arabs were from Arabia Deserta, and the vast majority of them also knew nothing about farming. So they couldn't even be like common peasant farmers. The common peasant farmers had expert knowledge in things that were absolutely required to keep a functional civilization going. And so they took this Jizya arrangement and they applied it quite broadly, because it's only supposed to be applied, according to Muhammad, to Jews, Christians, and the Sabaeans, and nobody knows who are the Sabaeans, and nobody knows who those people are. Like literally no one. Various people said, that's me, that's me. You don't know who they are? That's me. But it got applied to Persians. It later got applied to Hindus, which is obviously ridiculous because it was convenient. And Islam is, more than anything, a religion of convenience. You keep them as alive as long as they are more useful to you alive, and then you kill them when it's more convenient, right? So, and as they did this, they would oppress them and slowly erode their power, their wealth, everything else, and take it for themselves. They would steal their daughters and force them into marriages, as still happens frequently in any place that there are Muslims and other people. They kidnap women and forcibly marry them, if not enslave them outright, because that is what Islam teaches. Their sons were taken as slaves. They were exploited and abused. So, and a lot of these, there is no community that is truly intact in the full sense from the time of Muhammad, of even Jews. They've all been massively disruptive and killed off and purged and various things, even the ones who have small surviving fragments. So no, they did not immediately kill them all because they had other checklists of things that needed to happen. But now the main force or the main attention of Islam is on the Jews of Israel and killing all of them and taking over Israel. Now, if you would like to give them another target, I might suggest that we once again make Istanbul to be Constantinople, and so that they would have to divide their attention. But that is only my suggestion. So there are
good suggestion. I definitely like that suggestion. The video we watched earlier, and we'll watch a tiny bit more in a little bit, referenced that. They referenced the taking of Constantinople, but I wanted to bring it up because Muslims at the time, they thought for sure once they took Constantinople that would be the end times. They thought that this was a prophecy of their prophet. And so they devoted every last man to taking the city. They very nearly destroyed the Ottoman army because they were so dead set on destroying this one city. They were victorious. They did achieve it. But then, of course, the prophecy didn't come true. The world didn't come to an end. And they just carried on. Oh, well, we're in power. So let's not worry about whether Islam is true or not. Let's just keep on keeping on.
Right. So, and then finally, I do want people to keep in mind that the group that impressed a certain mid-century German dictator to do the sorts of things that he did with the Jews of that time, and I'm trying not to get this put into the adult-only section here. It's controversial enough as it is, but he was impressed by Islamic treatment of Jews and Christians historically. The Jewish badge comes directly from North Africa, and the extermination comes directly from what happened to the Armenians, because he said, who talks about the Armenians today? And I suggest that we ought to talk with them a whole lot more. Hey, Steve Mashni, if you want to come up, you can come and join us. But
yeah, I told him that as well in the descriptions. Definitely, I would welcome Husein or Steve Mashni up here. Part of his childhood was spent in Palestine, so he would definitely have some good perspectives on the current situation.
And now I'll open it up to general comments now that we've gotten through that.
All right. Very good.
That was our heaviest slide, by the way. So if you made it through that, you made it through all the heavy lifting of this one.
Excellent. So since you mentioned to Husein, I'll go ahead and take his super chat.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
So if you want the answer to Hussein's question, which is a blank super chat, it was just a donation, you got to take Yasser Qadi's class. I always love it when that one comes up for a plain donation with no comment, because Yasser Qadi's like, I can't talk about it. I can't talk about this in public. Thank you very much for that donation. Here's an actual question. Well, I don't know if I should say actual question. Jack Ray says, Prophet Google or Prophet Muhammad, who can give better answers? It's a tough one. Your brother in Christ, what do you think?
Google. It's much more reliable.
All right. So we do have Steve joining us. Welcome. I don't know if he can hear me.
I think that you are. It doesn't say it's muted. It seems to be muted.
No,
yeah.
Yeah. He's not muted. I'm not sure if he's trying to talk and we can't hear him. Yeah, it looks like he is talking. So, not hearing you. So hopefully he can sort that out. But thank you for joining us. And from Genesis 50:20, I saw a photo the other day about 15 kids under 10 all holding a Quran in some African country. Not one of them was smiling. Well, I definitely wouldn't be smiling if I had to hold a Quran, especially as a child who's being forced to memorize this, being beaten when I fail to memorize it properly. So I'm not surprised.
Now, as a kid, I'd be way too nervous about dropping it or mistreating it in any way, shape, or form, brushing it with the wrong hand. Oh, boy.
Definitely. Miss Vicky asks, so that's how the religion got so large is because of illiteracy. And I can answer that one. Definitely not. Ali Dawa will tell you how Islam got so large.
People are coming to Islam because of its intolerance.
Okay, it became so large, it continues to grow because of its intolerance.
The Muslims were more brutal than anyone else, even in an age that was particularly brutal. So they were more brutal than the Assyrians. When people get upset with Islamic control, they would just have marauders go through the streets at night and behead anyone who came out of their houses. Like, that would be a normal way of administrating a land in the Islamic context, because they were, they make the Assyrians look like jokers. They were really vicious and inhumane at a scale that part of the world had really never seen before. Really, only the Mongols and somewhat the Huns can kind of come close, but Huns and Mongols are the only ones who are as evil and vicious, I think, in the history of civilization and the folks that they interacted with.
Steve's back. Let's see if his audio works this time.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Awesome.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yep. So feel free to jump in at any time, or I'll direct some questions to you. There's two more things I want to bring up from the audience here. This going back a little bit. John Scott says, every time I've heard a Muslim try to explain the two different shapes of Allah, disaster for Islam follows. They can say nobody can see Allah, but he has a shape Muslims recognize and one they don't. And I think that John has pointed out a different Islamic dilemma here, right? Because they're supposed to think that Allah is completely unlike anything in creation, that you can't imagine him, that he's beyond your comprehension. And yet they're supposed to all recognize him on the day of judgment based on his physical features, particularly apparently the name Jesus written, or perhaps word written on his thigh. So there you go.
Yeah, and they both recognize him and then do not recognize him. So he is not recognized because he is unlike anything else, or else he would be equally recognized no matter what. So anyway, this is part of the attempt of cobbling together something coherent out of the absolute disaster of the enormous giant stomping around upstairs that Muhammad literally taught people, which explains why Abu Bakr and Umar both tried to keep people from recording anything that Muhammad said or writing it down, because they wanted to have the control to rewrite this. But because there were enough people who actually believed this nonsense, it kind of escaped their power. And while the Shia, because of their small size and small area, were able to better control the narrative really got out of control of the Umayyads and the Abbasids. They could not keep this nonsense out of Islam because it was what Muhammad taught. So, people also want to say that, Islam, they'll quote things about Islam being peaceful and wonderful and this and that and the other. But we have to understand.
Hey, pause for 1 second, because I have a perfect example of that from Hasfans, a Muslim in the chat. Hamas does not represent Islamic teaching. Islam clearly teaches not to harm women and kids, only fight combatants and drive them out where they have driven you out. That's interesting.
Oh, don't worry. We will teach. We will talk about women and
before
kids.
Before you get into anything else, I just think that last part's really interesting, right? Drive them out only where they've driven you out. How exactly did that work in Muhammad's time, where they literally hadn't been driven out of anywhere and then somehow conquered all of North Africa, conquered all of the Middle East, conquered into Spain, conquered into India, all by only invading lands where they'd been driven out?
Yeah, Muhammad was apparently the worst Muslim ever because he captured Khaybar, and Muslims had never been driven out of Khaybar. There were no Muslims there. Mm-hmm. So he is a bad Muslim, and you need to takfir him immediately because he clearly does not represent Islam. He does not follow Sharia, and he is against the deen. So,
hey guys,
Muhammad, the worst Muslim ever.
Yeah. I just want to say one thing. I got to get going here. By the way, you guys, I got COVID, so please feel sorry for me. So
I'm sorry.
Okay. Allah has given you COVID for joining my stream.
Number 19, COVID-19. I think this is number 27 by now, but anyway. but one thing that I heard, and I just kind of heard this on the about what happened in Israel, is there's videos and these guys were just laughing and laughing as they were killing these people, and they were like hysterical laughing, while they were killing these people. I just want to say that one of the names of Muhammad, and maybe you've heard this before, but in Arabic it's al-Dahuk al-Qattal, which means the laughing killer, and they used to call Muhammad that. And this was really brought to the forefront when Theo Van Gogh was killed, because the guy who killed him, he put a note on his chest and it said, signed Dahuk al-Qattal, the laughing killer. So anyway, it kind of shows you the psychological problems there, that someone is laughing while killing other people, but I did see that in the news, and so I just wanted to kind of mention that. So I know a little bit off topic here, so
yeah, fine. Perfectly good. Shame that you can't stay around longer. Would have loved to hear some of your perspective on this, but thanks for dropping by.
Yeah. God bless you guys, and a wonderful stream. I've been listening for the last 15 minutes or so.
Absolutely. I'm going to put a link to Steve's channel in the chat so anyone can check that out. Jack Ray has termed what I said earlier as the Allah dilemma. So I said it's kind of another type of Islamic dilemma, but he says it's the Allah dilemma. Is it a square peg or a round hole, or maybe both? Good question there. So do you want me to play the rest of the video now, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
We'll finish that up and then we'll move on.
Yep. Let me get that back up on our screen here. clear out this comment. So this is the last portion here with kind of their closing thoughts on what Muslims should do about this.
The Jews have been preparing for this very great war for the last several years. We Muslims might not pay much attention. If we did, brothers and sisters, we would be acting upon our deen and making our Prophet proud of his ummah. Brothers and sisters, we might be the very generation who will witness the appearance of Imam Mahdi radiallahu ta'ala an, or even maybe the Dajjal. Who knows? It is important to understand and know for all of us who is our friend and who is our enemy. Jews have been the enemies of this ummah from the day one. Can they ever be the friends of Muslims? They don't even acknowledge our status as an ummah.
So there you go. They can never be friends, right? They can never be friends with the Jews. I did want to try to get that picture of the Dajjal up there. Yep, there you go. Notice how he accurately has the word kafir written on his head, right? And one eye. Yet somehow Muslims get confused and they have no clue what this figure is. I guess because they're illiterate like their prophet.
May I ask you
can't read that it
something?
says kafir.
Is that how Allah, but with two eyes, maybe?
Well, yes, that's what I've been saying. That's the only reason that you would get these
Is that
details
how-
is if that's the only way you can tell them apart. Otherwise, they would tell you this.
This guy must be Allah, but maybe disguised. Is the person that they don't recognize? I think that's what who is.
So Cargo Crew asked if we're talking on politics, please, or else to move on. Well, I guess you need to move on because we're talking about what Islam actually teaches, which is important to understand the political situation, understand the system of Islam, because it is a system of political domination. It's about having power in this world, but we're not directly talking about the conflict going on right now.
So we're talking about whether or not what Hamas is doing real Islam. That's what we're talking about. Is it real Islam? And my argument is yes, and I'm giving reasons why this is real Islam. Now, I'm not talking about anything else other than that. That's what the question is. Does Hamas accurately represent Islamic teachings? And that's all I'm answering, okay? So let's, I'm ready to move to the first of those particular verses.
Before you move to that first one, I just wanted to point out the amazing irony of this comment here. Elias says, Mary is an attention seeker. An attention-seeking comment by him. Congratulations, though. I did give you some attention. He says that you don't know what you're talking about. Well, come up and to open call-in. Link is pinned.
Come and tell us what we got wrong.
Yep.
I want to talk about your mom's fate in paradise, and you can tell me whether or not I'm right or wrong about what will be your mom if she makes it to paradise, how she will live the rest of her days according to your own belief. This is what your God believes of your mother. So I would love to talk about your mom in Jannah. So please come up and have this discussion with me. For some odd reason, Muslims never want to discuss the canopy beds upon which their mothers will be repeatedly deflowered for the rest of eternity for 70 years at a stretch. Their fathers just banging on that woman over and over and over again. And then when he's done with her, he throws her away and goes to the next one for 70 years. And her hymen will immediately grow back, because that's what women want. What women want is to have their hymens ripped through repeatedly forever and ever. And that is the wonderful offering of Allah to the woman who birthed you. That is what she is worth. So...
Yeah, so by all means, Elias, come up here and show that we're wrong. Or, stay in chat saying that we're attention seekers. You can just keep spamming. You guys are seeking attention. You guys are seeking attention. Your brother in Christ, do you think that sounds like some great paradise there?
Oh, yeah, that sounds wonderful. After all, that's exactly what you want. You don't want to enter paradise and have a relationship with the God that created you. You don't even want to see him. I mean, who wants that, right? Who wants a God who actually cares about you, who would be willing to give up his son just for the opportunity to have a relationship with you? Forget that. I'd rather just have that, right?
Absolutely. Before we go on, I did want to take this other super chat from Tanzil.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me, to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch, and for dinner, and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
So Zakir Naik wants you to give him a call so you can have lunch with him and contribute some big amounts, Tanzil. So I suggest you take him up on that offer. Now, Tanzil asked what I consider to be one of the very most difficult questions there is. What's the biggest thing that disproves Islam? So I take a minute from everyone on the panel to give a brief answer. Start with your brother in Christ and go in reverse order. I know there's so many things to pick from. Such a very difficult question.
Pick on me. Uh-huh.
I can go
throw
first.
me under the bus.
Do you want me to go first?
Okay, Mary goes first.
I will go to my old standard. The fact that Jannah represents perfectly what Satan would offer perverts. Like the most despicable, disgusting, revolting human beings on earth. What you would offer them to get their obedience as a reward. So they're the most debased, sensual, physical types of rewards is Jannah. And you ought to be able to tell the difference between what Satan would offer you and what the creator of heaven and earth, the perfect, which is what necessarily, the necessary being, right? Who in his perfection and his completeness and in his transcendence is that who has created all things. If you can't tell the difference between God and Satan, then guess what? You're worshiping Satan. So that is always my number one go-to, because it's so ludicrous that Muslims believe this stupid Jannah.
All right. So Clyde, did you have one? I don't actually know if your audio is working, but if you have something, let us know as to what your biggest thing that disproves Islam is. And I'm not seeing on mute, so I'm not sure if Clyde is actually hearing me either. Anyway, Christ is salvation. What is your biggest objection to Islam?
Quran itself disproves Islam 1000%. If you read the Quran from chapter 2 until chapter 144, and that's a big if, you can handle the reading, because it's totally, I don't know, it's unreadable. But if you will stay to read it, you will understand that it is disproving Islam from chapter 2 until chapter 144. It just can't stand on its own. It falls down, it falls apart. It has nothing to offer to humanity at all. That's what I think.
Absolutely. So Clyde confirmed that they're having trouble with the audio. So no worries there. Your brother in Christ?
Sure, I'll pick a couple. I'll try to limit it down. I'd say, first of all, the just absolute convenience of everything that Muhammad wants. You know, his God rushes to answer. And it's time and time again that if it's in time that it's something that Muhammad wants, maybe promised he wouldn't do it, hypothetically, speaking of maybe a situation, then Allah gives him a revelation. Or if people are staying too late at his house, Allah just gives him the perfect revelation. In this eternal book that's lasted forever, Allah decides that this is the thing that he should instill for all of time, is not to stay too late at Muhammad's house. So extreme convenience for Muhammad. Another one would be no checks and balances for Muhammad. I mean, he's the only one that hears Allah. He's got no actual checks and balances. Every time he points to, go read the Bible and read the Torah, I'm there. It's like, no, you're not. I mean, the only place I can find you, tell you truthfully, is 2 Peter verse 2. That one's a pretty good one. I'd say that's where Muhammad is, and it's where he should stay too. But that would be probably my picks, that there's just no, and it follows Islam itself, how it's founded, how it's developed. Every part of it follows the tradition of every other cult. I mean, look at Joseph Smith. It's the same playbook. It's like, guys, they've done this before. We've seen
It worked
this.
so well the first time. Let's just do it
It
again.
worked great the first time. Let's copy paste. And then you got the Quran saying that Allah is the greatest of all deceivers, a title given to the devil himself in the Bible. So if you point to the Bible saying that this is my witness, and you give yourself that title, I'm going to be looking at you saying, dude, something smells a little fishy, don't you think? So I'll end there.
Yep. Yeah, you did cheat, because this question is hard because you're supposed to pick one, but I'll forgive you. I'll allow you to get a few.
There's too many.
Yeah, too many to pick from, and I have to do one, of course.
Apparently, Thaddeus is the most forgiving now.
Yes, absolutely. To be fair, I have to pick one, so I usually like to go to Surah 482. If this was from any other than Allah, they would have found in it much contradiction, which is just wrong on so many levels. So many levels. The Quran is filled with contradictions, for example, but we don't even have to know that. We don't even have to go anywhere else, because the verse itself is a logic error. It's suggesting that, and to be clear, this verse is given to people who are, depending on how you interpret exactly, either complete unbelievers or hypocritical Muslims who are not really following it. Either way, Allah accuses them of not believing and says, here's the proof, right? Here's the proof. If this book was not from me, it would contain much contradiction, which is logically equivalent to saying, if this doesn't contain contradiction, then it is from me, i.e. every book that contains no contradiction is in fact from Allah. And we have one of the examples of Allah's great books on the screen here.
Ooh.
Peekahoo.
Allahu Akbar.
All right. So
sorry, I had to say Pika
yes.
Akbar. I had to say that. Pika Akbar.
So I'll bring Mary's presentation back up here and we can continue on.
All right. So at this moment, I would like to remind everyone who doesn't know that Thaddeus has now brought on a new editor who is going to be producing content by working on things that Thaddeus does not have time to do. And so if you would like to contribute to Patreon, especially because the platform doesn't take a huge chunk of it like it does here, we would really appreciate that. But now I will continue on. I keep trying to remind him to pin that each time, but then I never do because I don't think of those things.
Yeah, so I did.
Why I don't run my own channel.
Right.
So,
I did put it in the last one, but this one I wanted to pin the link to join the chat since it's an open call-in.
Yeah. All right. So this is the tafsir of Ibn Kathir, who is one of the most important exegetical works. He wrote one of the most important exegetical works about the Quran, which is authoritative, on Surah 9, verse 5. Okay? Now, the actual comment of the actual content of that surah is, I have been commanded to fight the people until they testify that there is no deity worthy of worship except Allah, and that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah, to establish prayer and to pray the zakat, which is known as the honorable ayah of the sword, right? So they're supposed to pay the Islamic, they're supposed to confess Islam essentially and pay the Islamic tax. This is not the jizya, the tax put on other people. Otherwise, he is to fight everyone, right? And so this applies to everyone who is an associator, who is not a Jew or Christian, explicitly. And he says, and then one of the companions says that this particular ayah abrogated every agreement of peace between the prophet and any idolater, every treaty and every term. So any agreement of peace with idolaters, but also every treaty and every term. No idolater had any more treaty or promise of safety ever since this surah, this part of the surah, was revealed. The 4 months, in addition to all peace treaties conducted before then, was revealed and announced, had ended. So this ends all of these treaties, and now there is only to be war. And now Muslims will say, well, that may be true, but it's only true about defensive wars. No, there's nothing here about defensive. It is only about offensive wars of conquest, and that they are obligated to conduct them against everyone, at least, who is not a Jew or Christian or Sabian, although no one knows who that is. Because the Quran is so incredibly clear.
Real quickly, I wanted to clarify something. So you may have heard me chuckling. Wasn't at what Mary was saying. It was to this genius here, the legend in the chat, who is ironically accidentally giving a true thing. He spammed this like 5 times. A list of all scientific miracles in the Quran, and then there is no list attached, because I think he's putting a link in and it's being blocked by YouTube because it blocks all links. Although he does have one supposed scientific miracle here. Only Allah knows the gender of an unborn infant. I don't know how that's supposedly a scientific miracle, especially since that's inaccurate. We can detect the gender of an unborn infant now. So thank you for establishing a scientific error in the Quran by claiming that it has this miraculous knowledge that it's impossible to know the gender of an unborn infant. So
yes, that is listed among the special things of the unseen that is only known by Allah, and thus Islam debunks itself. So thank you for helping Islam to show how incredibly foolish Islam is, and how it was only plausible to people of ignorance. All right. So anyway, they'll say that, oh, this is only about these idolater folks. But we have a similar surah about what you're supposed to do about the Jews and Christians. So Surah 929, which is just farther in the same surah, right? It says, fight those who do not believe in Allah and in the last day, and they do not make unlawful what Allah and his apostle, meaning Muhammad, have made unlawful, and they do not acknowledge the deen of the truth, which Muhammad defines as being what he teaches, Islam, right? Among those who are given the book, until they pay the jizya, and that willingly, while they are humiliated, abased, or disgraced. Now, sometimes they will mistranslate that last word, instead of being while they are humiliated, while they are abased, while they are disgraced, to something softer, but that is what it means. So you're supposed to fight against the people of the book, and the people who were given the book are the Jews, the Christians, and the Sabians, who nobody knows who that is. And that is all they are. Muslims do not call themselves people of the book. So any of you people going, oh, aren't we all people of the book? No, Muslims do not say that they are people of the book. The people of the book are the people who had the book before Muhammad, and they are classed in this group, right? So they are considered to not believe in Allah on the last day because they don't follow the Sharia of Muhammad. They don't make unlawful what Allah and his apostles have made unlawful. We don't do Hajj. We don't kiss the pagan stone. We don't throw the rocks like the pagans did. We don't run back and forth like the pagans did. We're not doing all of these pagan things, because we're not pagans, unlike Muslims. And so because of that, we are outside of the deen of Muhammad's truth. And you're supposed to fight against them until they willingly pay the jizya, which is the extortionate tribute taken from Jews and Christians, at the same time that they are felt humiliated, abased, or disgraced. So the purpose of the jizya is to enrich Muslims, and also part of a system that is to abase, disgrace, and humiliate Jews and Christians. All right. So, and yes, as someone else said, the Jews, the disbelievers are filthy. They're najis, which means filthy, and that is also established in the same section. So all the unbelievers, some of the various fiqhs have different interpretations of the filthiness of the unbelievers, since Muslims are allowed to have intercourse with women who are of unbelievers, because of course they are, because this is a religion of men's penises above all. And so, like so many cults, right? So they have to interpret this creatively. How can you be having intercourse with a filthy one? But the plain reading of the text does establish that they are in fact filth.
So just real quick, my apologies. I misread the legend's comment. He was intentionally pointing out that it was a scientific error. So that was my bad there. My apologies.
Oh, goodness. Sorry about that. Yes, that is hilarious. That is hilarious. Huge.
Yeah, I read the comment too quickly. Yep. It started MI, right? And I read miracle when it was actually MI mistake. So my bad.
You are not, in fact, mistaken. You are 100,000% correct that was one of the unseen things. And I have not been following chat this time because I'm trying to really concentrate. But this is one of the unseen things of that only Allah knows, that now anyone can know with an ultrasound. So an ultrasound machine makes you into Allah, and you have power over you have the keys of the unseen, as only Allah has. So we can all become Allah now. Now, what's really funny is sometimes they'll go to certain specific other verses to go, oh no, you're just reading that one. You should read them all. Now remember that abrogation causes earlier things to be replaced by later things. This is the latest. This is the final word. This is what is said. This is a final word on Jews and Christians, that they are to be humiliated, abased, disgraced, and pay the jizya, right? That is to be their future until they confess Islam, right? So, but they will go back to something that has been abrogated because either they are deceived or they wish to deceive people who are not knowledgeable. So they'll go back to something like Surah 548, which hilariously actually condemns Islam, and we will look at how. So we here, Allah is talking. He's not going to be consistent here with his pronouns at all. He believes that he can use whatever pronouns he wishes about himself, as we will see. Very progressive, by the way. We have revealed to thee the book with the truth, verifying what is present, and that means between the hands. This is sometimes mistranslated as before, because before in English is ambiguous. It can mean something in front of you, like, oh, this is before you, this is before me. Or it can mean something that happened earlier. This means present with you, between the hands. So it verifies, it proves true. So what is revealed to thee, that's Muhammad. Allah has revealed to Muhammad the book, meaning this eternal book that is up there with Allah, and pieces of it are sent down to people and have been sent down previously, and is also sent down to Muhammad. So the same book, the same pieces of it are sent down to different languages, and because it's the same, it verifies what is literally present between the hands of the book, meaning what's already there, what people can already hold, and is a protector over it. And again, Muslims will lie to you and say that the word protector or guardian means that it alters or fixes. That's not what a protector does. A protector preserves what already exists, right? So what Muhammad gets is supposed to verify what is literally being held by the Jews and Christians, and is its protector, because it shows how consistent this message is. So judge between them by what Allah has revealed, and do not follow their desires when something of the truth has come to you. So I think that you is also singular. Sorry, I should have written the. And that something isn't there, but you need it grammatically to make sense in English. So because Muhammad has something of the truth. Muhammad can rely on his own revelation because it's the same as what the other people have. So go ahead and rely on it. It's the same. Okay? And we have made for each of you a Sharia and a clear pathway. So that's the Jews and the Christians and the followers of Muhammad. Each have their own Sharia, each have their own clear pathway. And if Allah had willed, He would have made you a single, a one, a singular. This is truly one. This is not Tawheed, a united, but one community. But that He may test you and what He has given you, He didn't do it, right? So this is subjunctive tense. It's counterfactual. So the He did not is implied there. So to test you and what He's given each of you, He didn't make you one community. So race and good deeds. So this is telling Muslims, Jews, and Christians all need to race in good deeds because they all have exactly the same thing that is revealed from the book. And so Allah will be the final judge, and you will all return together, and He will inform you of what you were doing concerning that which you were differing. So Allah will say whether or not you're doing things correctly. Because you all can do things correctly. Why can you do things correctly? Because you all have the same book. So as long as you're reading it honestly, you can all do the same things. That's what this particular surah means. So Muslims will simultaneously use this to say that it's okay to be a Jew or a Christian. And then whenever you say that the Jews and Christians clearly have authentic scriptures that they can follow and that are completely correct, in a different context, you go back to the same Muslims, and they will then deny it. Now, it is true that Jews, Christians, and Muslims do not have identical scriptures, but that is not because that is not what this says. It is because Allah does not know what Jews, Christians, and Muslims each have, and Muhammad was convinced that he was getting word for word in Arabic the exact same revelations that came to everyone else. The only parts that are supposed to be new are Surah Al-Fatiha and one verse from Surah Al-Baqarah, which was the last verse to be revealed in Surah Al-Baqarah. Everything else is supposed to be identical to things that were revealed before. So if it wasn't with the Jews, it should be with the Christians. If it doesn't, then Muhammad is a false prophet because he taught wrong. For example, he said that Surah Al-Kahf, the Surah of the Cave, that this was called the divider between hellfire for the believers when in the Torah. So that surah that's supposed to have the story of the youths in the cave that occurred in 250 AD is supposed to be in the Torah of Musa, of Moses, from like 1400 BC or 1250 BC, depending on which chronology you prefer. I don't care which, but this is what he actually taught. So understand when they misuse things, how they're selectively using them for specific purposes to trick you in specific ways. And now notice...
Which is a great opportunity to introduce Love is My Religion and Syed. Do either of you have some comments on these Quran verses up on the screen?
Of course I will. I'll be right back.
Hello, Thaddeus. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing well.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Good, good. Actually, I have not yet paid attention to these verses, so I won't comment at this stage.
So great. You joined the live chat in order to not comment. Great. Syed,
No,
what do
I
you
will
think
comment that later.
Yeah, that's fine. Syed, what do you think of Surah 9:29? Syed, if you want to share your little propaganda slogans, you're gonna have to talk to me.
I was talking on the mood, okay?
No worries, no worries.
9:29. I will read for you, okay? Fight those who do not believe in Allah. What that mean? Who don't believe in Allah?
That means fighting non-Muslims. Yes, correct. Continue on.
And don't stop there because it doesn't stop there. Yeah, it
Yeah,
says
no, let me
and
no,
And in the last day,
and
and they do make
let me
unlawful
start.
what Allah is
Let me
lawful.
explain
but
to you.
don't chop
Yeah,
it.
yes,
Don't chop
please,
it.
please do
Continue.
explain to me why your
Ah,
God is so unclear and tells Muslims as his final fighting
ah,
order to fight those who don't believe in him, when it actually means that all religions are equally valid and we should all just get along.
let me explain to you. When this verse come to Prophet, fight those who do not believe in Allah. What Prophet was thinking? Should I go to fight a Christian and Jew, or those Christian and Jew believe in God? What he think? He
Well,
knows
all you
Christian.
have to do is read the next couple
Yeah,
verses.
let me.
Yeah.
When he received this revelation,
So what does it say? That hang on. Do Jews and Christians make unlawful what Allah has made unlawful?
let me finish first this. Fight those who do not believe in Allah. So Prophet it goes into his mind. Does he have to fight Christian or Jew?
Keep going.
No,
Keep going.
no.
Who else?
Listen.
What if they don't believe in the last day? Should they fight? Should he fight?
Listen first. Here clearly saying to fight those who do not believe in Allah. Christian or Jew believe in Allah. Okay,
Not according, maybe it's according to you, but not according to your God and not according to your prophet. All you have to do is read the next verses of the Quran to figure out what he says people who don't believe in Allah are, right? What they do.
So Prophet no Christian
Not
and
even
Jew
the next
believe in
verses.
Allah.
It's the same verse, guys. It's the same verse. Keep going.
Well, yeah, but so I was, since you're saying, Christians
okay,
specifically, Christians are described in the following verse. But yes, this verse does describe, right? So those who do not believe in Allah, and that's where you want to end it, because you want to say it's just people who don't believe in God. But it says, and the last day,
and the last day, Christian and Jew believe in last day.
Apostle have made unlawful.
Christian and Jew believe in last day. Judgment day, you believe in it.
Okay.
So it's obviously it's not Christian and Jew.
Nope,
it's obviously Christian and Jew is not. Okay.
Saeed,
Do not.
Do you know what and means?
Okay, let me finish. And they do not make unlawful what Allah has and His apostle had made unlawful. There's a lot of law Christian follow and the Jew follow. To fight those who do not follow the Christian and Jew, the law messenger gave to them. Okay.
No idea what you're trying to say, but I want to ask you two questions. I got it, Mary. 1 second. I want to ask you two questions, Saeed. I just want a simple answer. One, why is it what Allah and His apostle have made unlawful? That sounds like you got two gods to me.
Moses made a lot of things unlawful. So
I don't care about Moses. I want you to answer this question. I want you to answer the question.
God did.
Hey, does Muhammad have the same authority to make things unlawful as Allah does?
No, it's just a messenger. Messenger Prophet Muhammad. Prophet Moses. He made a lot.
You're just saying words.
Unlawful thing.
Fine. I'll take out the name of Muhammad. Okay. Do Allah and His apostle or His messenger have the same authority to make things unlawful? Yes or no?
Yeah, messenger.
Okay. So Muhammad is equivalent to Allah in authority to make things unlawful. Gotcha. All right. Now here's my second question.
Made a lot of things unlawful.
Question for you, Saeed. You answered that one. Now here's my second question to you.
Let me finish that first.
Jews and Christians follow the law of Muhammad?
No. Allah said not to
so then
Muhammad.
We don't do this. So the verse is about us. Thank you. You have proven our point.
Allah said in the Quran to Jew, do not follow Prophet Muhammad.
No, He didn't. He literally.
Yes, he said it. He said it.
So Saeed, so you're telling me that there's a contradiction here because this verse says, do not make unlawful what Allah and His apostle have made unlawful. It doesn't say Jews ignore this command. It says whoever doesn't do this is someone you need to fight against. Whoever doesn't take the laws of the apostle seriously is someone you need to fight against. You just agreed with me that Jews and Christians don't do this. So you agree that this verse is about fighting Jews and Christians.
No,
Now
no,
you're
no,
going to
no.
pretend that the verse doesn't say what you just told me it says.
Christian, Jew and Christian believe in Allah and last day, so it's not obviously not them.
We do not believe in his apostle. We do not believe in Muhammad. We believe that Muhammad is, if he has any kind of access to anything above his own imagination, he is listening to demons. So, if we believe that Muhammad is a false prophet who is deluded by demons or by his own mental illness or by his own delusions, do we
That's okay.
deny what his apostle and deny what he has made unlawful and deny his deen? Yes, we do. We deny all of those things. We
So
deny
I
his
just got to
deen.
point out what just happened.
Jew,
here, right?
Jew
Barry
did
calls, Barry's like,
Mary,
Muhammad is
Jew,
a deranged individual listening to demons. And Syed goes, interjects for no reason. That's okay.
Mary, Jew deny your God. You deny your God, and they call your God sexual immoral magic.
I
Allah,
don't deny
Allah
God.
is
I
not
deny
our
your
God.
Jew
faith.
said,
first of all.
I don't care what apostate Jews do and don't believe. It
no
doesn't mean that
Jew
I want
believe
to
in
kill
your
them all.
God.
There's
No
nothing
Jew
in
believe.
my religion that says that I need to kill them all. There is in yours.
No Jew believe in your God. No, not one single Jew believe in your God.
Well, many
I don't care.
ethnic Jews
Syed, you have no clue.
absolutely do. But that's
You
like
have no
saying that
clue.
no Hindu believes in Muhammad as a prophet. Well, duh, because they're Hindu. I mean, are you okay? Are you actually?
No, but they also call your God is sexually immoral.
There are many
But
messianic
Jew call your God sexual immoral.
I don't care what apostate Jews believe. All the early followers of Jesus during Jesus's lifetime, all the ones who accompanied him everywhere, he had other believers who were, in fact, Gentiles, but all the ones who were following him around, they were all Jews. They were either of Edomite or literally Jewish ancestry. There were no difference between the Edomites and the Jews after the conquest of Edom by the Hasmoneans. But they were all of the Jewish faith, and the vast majority were of Jewish ancestry, and they were all ethnic Jews. Now, if you are talking about Talmudic rabbinical Jews who are apostate from the faith of their ancestors, I don't particularly care what they believe, dude. Like, does not affect me in the least. Doesn't matter. They have denied their savior.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, why is
what
that
an
supposed to
argument.
affect my beliefs? Now,
Is
yes,
that-
I wish that they would come to faith and be saved. But I
I mean,
don't
here's Saeed's
care in
argument,
terms
right?
of my faith. Does not affect me at all. Of course, apostates who reject Christ are going to reject Christ. Like,
Yeah, we got it, Mary. We got it. So here's Saeed's argument, right? Some other people say you're wrong. Therefore, you should convert to Islam. Okay, thank you, Saeed. Did you know that all Jews reject Muhammad as a prophet?
Yes, they
So then
they
why are
also
you saying,
reject
why are you
Jesus.
saying all Jews reject Jesus? That doesn't matter. It has
No.
literally nothing to do with anything we're talking about. You're just so embarrassed by what your book says that you're trying to change the subject to something else.
No, she insulting. So I was trying to tell her, yeah, the Jew also reject her God. So
don't
that's what I.
care. You're
But
just not
we
following
also
the
don't
logic.
care what you say about
Yeah.
prophet.
You're getting
No,
insulted without
actually,
following the logic. All
sorry,
right.
Mary, sorry. No, Said, actually, you care, and you care deeply. That's why you have all these stupid memes on your photos, and you say all religions are false and blah blah blah. Man, who the heck are you? Sorry to say it that way. Who are you to say that all religions are wrong? Are you the person that will judge all humanity? I don't understand you. Really? Who are you? How are you talking like how? Who are you to say that circumcision is a great sin? Who are you to say that? Are you God? Are you the son of God? Who are you?
He isn't following the deen of Muhammad, that's for sure.
Not only that, in chapter 9, verse 111, I posted what it says on the chat. And it says this: God has purchased the persons and possessions of the believers in return for the garden, which means to the paradise. Yeah, they fight in God's way, they kill and are killed. This is a true promise given by Him in the Torah, the Gospel, and the Quran. Please tell me where in the Gospel, leave the Torah out of it, where in the Gospel does Jesus say to His followers, go kill in my name? Just find it. If you cannot find it, then the Quran is false, your God is false, Muhammad is false, and everything you say is false.
No, you people have killed so many people, more than any other group of people.
Not what is
Doesn't matter
asked.
who killed.
What did he say?
Answer the
What did he
question,
ask
please.
you to
Doesn't
do?
matter what I do, it doesn't matter. I personally did not create Christianity, okay? I follow Christ. He created Christianity. Tell me
Yes.
where Christ said, go and kill in my name. Please, where
Yeah, but
is it?
you kill in His name
Oh my
millions
God.
of people.
Oh my goodness. I can do that, and I'm a sinner. I'm doing something against what my religion teaches me, okay? Tell me, where did Jesus say that? Why don't you
Look,
understand it?
you people put
You
6
don't
million
understand the
Jews in
question, yeah?
gas chamber.
You don't understand
Isn't
the
that
question,
right?
yeah?
As
You don't
Syed,
understand it, yeah?
Syed, people do sinful things. You're not making an argument. You're just avoiding what we're discussing here. Muslims, I'm sure you would agree, have
Look,
done sinful things.
if Jesus
Is that an
was a
argument
good
against
man,
Islam?
it doesn't.
Is that an argument against Islam? If not, stop bringing up what Christians have done or what so-called Christians have done. It has nothing to do with what we're discussing. You're just desperately trying
So
to deflect because you are embarrassed about the teachings of your supposed God.
no. It doesn't matter Jesus was a good man or not. You people are not good.
Okay, goodbye.
We don't. So
Bye-bye.
you
Bye-bye.
absolutely refuse to answer the question, and you absolutely refuse to say whether or not whether or not the Injil says this. You're saying that it's evil. Then the Quran is asking you to do something evil. So the Quran is evil. Great.
Yeah, Saeed, it's very interesting, right? We've had many discussions with Saeed. It's always very hard to get him to go anywhere, right? They actually pay attention to what's being discussed, but he doesn't usually go to, oh, Christians have killed lots of people. You guys are horrible. He's shown his true colors today because he couldn't hold it together. Usually he's putting on this face of being really nice and polite and, oh, everything you guys Christians are valid, Hindus are valid, Jews are valid, everyone's valid. Today he revealed his true colors. He said, the Jews curse you and you guys kill people, was his response to us going through the logic and saying that Allah has called us unbelievers and we need to fight against. Then I guess he was telling us why we need to be fought against, even though he was denying that's what the verse meant.
All right. I brought it back up again. Sorry about that. And yet, in spite of saying that they need to be humiliated, the surah, of course, 5 is an earlier surah, 9 is the authoritative later surah, will say that how do they make you, Muhammad, that's a singular, a judge, and they have the Torah wherein is Allah's judgment. So right then at that moment, Allah's judgment is perfectly able to be understood according to the Torah. And they're being criticized because they're turning back from the Torah. But the Torah is complete and must have all of these various traits in it that the Quran is just an echo of, according to the Quran itself here. And then later on in the same surah, this is Surah Al-Madiyah, right? Surely those who believe and those who are Jews and the Sabaeans and the Christians, whoever believes in Allah, the last day and does good, they shall have no fear and neither shall they grieve. So all of these people are going to be saved, except that now you must war against them and humiliate them, because this is the later revelation. So again, abrogation causes these ridiculous things to appear in the Quran, these contradictions, because at first Allah is fine and says that He has chosen to make everyone their own individual group and that they're supposed to compete with one another. And if anybody's hiding anything or misinterpreting things, well, then they'll be found out later. But in reality, everything agrees. Everything agrees. And then later on, He's like, fight them and humiliate them and abase them and disgrace them and force tribute out of them because they don't follow Muhammad as soon as he gets strong. This shows what a corrupt and ridiculous book this is. So, this is again from Ibn Kathir. This is the authoritative explanation of that first verse, 929, that explains that the reason that this is being given is that people, if you feel poverty, Allah will enrich you out of His bounty, etc., etc. Right? And this is a different verse. And Ibn Kathir is explaining that you're subjugating the Jews and the Christians are to make up for the lost wealth of no longer having the previous pagans, only having the Muslim pagans go to Mecca, and not the previous pagans who worship the pagan Allah and also worship other pagan deities as lesser helper gods. Now that you have to be a Muslim and accept Muhammad as a prophet to be able to go to Mecca, you're going to lose out on trade. And instead, Allah is giving you the tribute of the Jews and Christians whom you will oppress to make up for it. So there we go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And notice how Syed couldn't talk about any of this, right? He came up here. You saw one of his slogans that says, all religions are from the same God. Yet, right, that's his slogan. Yet, when we tried to get him to talk about the Quran, suddenly it's, you guys put people in gas chambers. Not something any Christian ever did, of course, but seems that he isn't really believing that Christians are following the same God. After all, he thinks that we are violent creatures and so on and so forth. Very interesting what happens when you bring up the texts that he's supposed to believe in.
And so this is from a very long hadith again. You can see the reference here at the bottom. Go look it up, read the whole thing. But they're asking who are you? What are you doing to come and subjugate the Christians and the Jews and exploit them? And the response is, we are some people from the Arabs. We led a hard, miserable, disastrous life. We used to suck the hides and the date stones from hunger. So if you're nearly starving to death, you can get a little bit of nourishment from leather. People used to boil leather shoes and drink the water and things to try to get a little bit of nourishment. So they're talking about during times of famine how desperate they were to eat. We used to wear clothes made up of fur of camels and hair of goats and to worship trees and stones. While we were in this state, well, they still worship stones. Anyway, while we were in this state, the Lord of heavens and the earth, elevated is His remembrance and majestic is His highness, sent to us from among ourselves a prophet whose father and mother are known to us. Our prophet, the messenger of our Lord, has ordered us to fight you until you worship Allah alone or give jizya, that is, tribute. For a prophet has informed us that our Lord says, whoever among you is killed, that is martyred, that in jihad, right, shall go to paradise to lead such a luxurious life as he has never seen, and whoever amongst us remain alive shall become your master. The actual meaning here, shall own your necks. This is a very soft translation. Basically, that your necks, your lives will be owned when you pay jizya, and that is how much you will be humiliated and subjugated under them. That is what is taught. Now, is Hamas behaving in such a way as would be recognized to Al-Mughira? Well, yes. Yes, indeed. Hamas's behavior is very recognizable as properly Islamic to these folks.
So real quick before we move on, I'd like to explicitly make clear the purpose of the jizya. It's not for the state to collect a tax and pay for its armies and anything like that. Muslims will point out that it's not a substantial percentage necessarily, although at times it was. In reality, it doesn't have to be a large percentage. The point isn't to raise money. The point is to make the Jew or Christian feel like a second-class citizen, to humiliate them by paying this tax, which identifies them as a second-class citizen. And I also point out that this is a mercy compared to what happens to everyone else who isn't a Jew or Christian, whether they're a Hindu or an atheist or a Buddhist or following a tribal religion or whatever. They only have two choices: convert to Islam or die. So, yay, we get the mercy of being allowed to pay a tax to humiliate ourselves.
Anyone else want to comment before we go on?
Looks like no.
All right. So, another question is, how does jihad relate to the 5 pillars of Islam? Because whenever whenever an outsider comes, they ask, "Oh, what is Islam?" They'll go, "Oh, the 5 pillars." Well, 5 pillars oddly does not include jihad. So, how does jihad relate to this? So, this list was credited to Muhammad by Ibn Umar, who, by the way, was born in 610 and died so was only 23 whenever Muhammad died. He was born the same year that the prophethood supposedly began, right? So, and yet he is one of the major hadith transmitters. Very interesting fact here. This is fairly clearly fabricated as it stands as a list, but it is, in fact, credited to Muhammad, and so has been accepted as like a cornerstone of Islam. It was part of the period of Islam where they had to make something coherent out of something that was incoherent. So they picked and chose and elevated certain things. So the first thing is the Shahada. That is actually the Sunnah of the Caliphs. The entirety of the Shahada never appears in the Quran. There is no time in which a person recites it and becomes a Muslim in any of the Islamic sources that I have been able to find. So they'll say part of it, but I have never found one instance where an individual said the entirety of the Shahada before Muhammad died, like in a single sentence. So this appears to be an invention as a statement of conversion or faith, to be an invention of the caliphs. And
we're proud of that.
Indeed. Yes, predestination is another thing that you absolutely must believe in, and not predestination so much as fate. Fate is another. There are all kinds of lists of things that you absolutely must believe in to be Muslim, and 5 pillars are only certain practices, right? So you're supposed to do ritual prayer that's done 5 times per day, or 3 times per day if you're from a branch that allows this combo prayer doubling in normal occasions, not just during traveling.
Or a branch that actually follows the Quran. Just saying.
Right. This is an imitation. It's an imitation of the 3 prayers of the Jews and the 7 public prayer times of the Christian monastics in the area. And in these prayers, 17 times per day, the Jews are referenced as those who have incurred Allah's wrath, or have Allah's wrath upon them, depending on how you are translating it. So,
and we're proud of that.
A minimum of 17 times a day. If they're following this, they need to talk about not wanting to be like the ones who have Allah's wrath, meaning the Jews. There's also the zakat, which is obligatory sakada, which is, you might call it charity, but it's actually, because it's a tax.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not charity if it's not voluntary.
Tithe. And it was originally a pagan practice that you had to pay zakat or sakada to support the Quraysh and the temple at Mecca. But Muhammad said that now you need to pay it to the caliphate to support the Kaaba and the caliphate itself.
And we're proud of that.
Fasting is another thing that was done in an odd imitation of the Christians, especially seems to be an imitation of Lent, but it's all messed up because you actually end up eating more and gaining weight. You just don't eat during the day and instead you feast at night. And so the joke is always that it is trans fasting because it is feasting identifying as fasting.
Trans fasting is real fasting.
And we're proud of that.
And there were certain food taboos that the pre-Islamic folks observed during the Hajj, but it seems like the majority of this is a very, very mixed up imitation of Lent, very mixed up and confused. So, and then finally, the last one is the Hajj, and it is a pagan as well as Islamic practice. It is barely modified from the pagan practices. They just destroyed all the other shrines that they used to visit that visit Allah's shrine, and then they would visit Allah's shrine, and then they would visit Al-Uzza's shrine, and they visit Manat's shrine, and that visit Husein or Husa's shrine. And Muhammad just destroyed all the other shrines except for one pagan shrine and called it monotheism, because that's how that works. That's
and we're proud of that.
How does this fit into jihad? Well, what happens if you don't do everything you're supposed to do? Now, some of these are really easy. Some are harder. Salah is particularly difficult to do every single day the way you're supposed to. Well, what if you don't? What happens? Well, you need to make an expiation. So it is possible that Allah will just forgive you, especially if he hides your sins and nobody finds out that you've sinned. But maybe you'll go to hellfire forever. There's a list of all kinds of things that are automatic. Go to hellfire. No, don't stop at go. No collecting $200. Go straight to hellfire. Sins, right? Wearing gold sends you straight to hellfire. Wearing perfume when you shouldn't. Wearing your hijab wrong if you're a woman. If you're mourning wrong. Like, there are some fairly minor things that...
Well, I can see why these things would lead you to hell. I mean, these are pretty much the worst things that people can do. I mean, some might say murder or rape or torture, but none of those, all those pale in comparison. All those are pale in comparison to the grave sin of wearing a gold necklace.
Yeah.
All of those are allowed too, so there's that.
Yeah. Yep. So there are certain expiations for your sins that are set out. You pay for your own sin, like literally, because you would, if you break your fast, then you paid for a certain number of people to eat food, poor people to eat, and then now you're cleared of that. There's always freeing a slave if you happen to have one. That's your get out of hellfire free card. So for every sin that you commit that sends you straight to hellfire, you need to have one slave to free. So you are absolutely dependent upon slavery for your freedom, because it's so easy to commit these things. But of course, these days people don't have slaves to just send out. So how to get out of hellfire if this is going to be something really serious? And what if you broke a rule and you didn't even realize it? Well, another way that you expiate some of your sins is through the torment of grave. So whenever you die, you're going to be tortured in your grave until the resurrection, continuously. And this exists in Islam because the Jews tricked Muhammad into believing that this is part of the Abrahamic faiths. There was at this time in some groups, like some groups of Christians, there were some proto-purgatory thoughts going around, and the Jews were apparently making fun of that, and also making fun of the seriousness with which that Christians were taking the Eucharist, because the Christians by that time, if they spilled some of the wine on their clothing, they would cut off that part of clothing and then give it to the priest, and the priest would burn it, because they were taking that wine so very seriously by that point. And so the Jews, making fun of this, told Muhammad that you'd be tortured in the grave, and they decided to make it for peeing on your clothing, if you get pee on your clothing. And that if you pee wrong, that you need to cut off parts of your clothing if you get pee on it, because they're making fun of Christians, and at the same time tricking Muslims into believing this ridiculous thing. Well, this meshed rather nicely with some Zoroastrian beliefs about a narrow bridge of the hellfire that you would be dragged off to for torment. in the Zoroastrian religion, which since the Abbasids were in that area, this teaching of Muhammad's became much more elaborated upon, shall we say, because it fit very well with what the pagan Zoroastrians thought. And of course, Islam raids other people's religions for bits and pieces, so it took this from them. And Muhammad specifically taught that this expiatory torment was avoided only by one group of people, by those who have no sins at all ascribed to them, who are the jihadis. Even children don't necessarily avoid the torment of the grave. Even newborns don't, but jihadis do. The souls of the martyrs are in green birds suspended from the fruit of paradise, or the trees of paradise. So that means that if you are jihadi, and martyrdom in Islam means being a jihadi, they pervert everything, including what martyrdom means, that instead of being in a body that's being tormented in a grave, your soul is transported upwards to a tree of paradise. And of course, you're green because green was Muhammad's favorite color, so it's Allah's favorite color too, because that's how this works. And so you avoid this torment that everyone else has to go through for all of their various sins. And
so I just have one comment on that.
This is the best advertisement for Islam that's ever existed in the world.
So how could you possibly be using this as criticism? I'm sure many Christians in the chat are getting ready to take their Shahada right now, learning all these important facts about Islam.
Indeed. Who can ever imagine that people would not immediately convert to Islam, learning about the green birds of paradise that happen if you die while trying to slaughter others who have not yet submitted to Muhammad, right? Muhammad does sound like a Monty Python movie. So again, here's another one. The souls of the jihadis, they're like green birds that fly wherever they wish in paradise, and then they come back to lamps suspended from the throne of Allah. And then Allah asks them whatever we would like, and they said, what should we ask for whenever we can fly anywhere we wish in paradise? When they saw they would not be left alone, they said, we would ask for your souls to be returned to our bodies so that we may fight again for your sake and die again. So basically, that is like the best thing that could possibly happen to you in Islam. The height of wonderfulness is to die as a jihadi. So,
and we're proud of that.
Whoever is martyred, meaning killed as a jihadi, will go to paradise. The martyrs are 5: those who die of a plague, stomach illness, drowning, being crushed, and the martyr in the cause of Allah. And cause of Allah always means jihad, the way, the path of Allah. In the Quran, anytime you see that, it means that you are trying to kill other people, just so you know. So, and since it's harder these days to die of plague and stomach illness, I mean dysentery, and drowning doesn't happen to that many people, and being crushed by your house falling down on you is less common because we're rather, even in Islamic countries, they're better architects than they used to be. That really leads jihadi as being the way to die. And this also ties into why Hamas doesn't care about all the civilians who are slaughtered. Because to Hamas, all the civilians who get killed, they are martyrs too. So they get the best life. So when they stand behind children and get the children shot, then all those children, now they're all martyrs for Allah. And so they have the best possible outcome. The reason why they place their things in schools, why they're digging up drinking water pipes and causing people to die of thirst. They don't care because they think that they are giving them the best possible outcome, that they are now becoming martyrs for the sake of Allah. That is why they use women and children as human shields.
So before you move on, I want to make a comment about that hadith. So I'm not seeing anything about Muslims here, right? Well, I mean, in the dying in the cause of Allah, obviously, is Muslims. But the other 4 seem to just apply to anyone. So everyone who dies of plague is a martyr. Everyone who dies of stomach illness is a martyr, and so forth, which means that apparently plague, for example, is the ultimate enemy of Allah, that you're being killed, right? You're being killed by the enemy of Allah. Therefore, you are a martyr.
Well,
Interesting.
unfortunately, that is not what it teaches, because there are lots of other hadith, and they explain that Allah sends plague to kill the infidels, but accidentally kills believers too, and those believers are the martyrs. So if you and so like that's why being crushed by a house. So if Allah sends an earthquake, He's only really supposed to be killing the unbelievers in the earthquake, but sometimes he messes up and he kills some believers too, because he's not very good at this. That because he kills believers as well, they are the ones who are the martyrs. And dysentery, affects an entire town or village and stuff. But when Allah's dysentery gun misfires and hits believers, so that when you know all of the other hadith, you get context for this. So.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. That in fact, it isn't just dying of plague; it's that Allah is rather incompetent, or perhaps
you're missing a little bit up here, my friend. Like you're not even paying attention.
Allah's just not paying attention. He doesn't know who he's accidentally killing. Amazing.
So,
well, real quick, sorry, I do need to duck out of here. So thank you guys so much for having me. I did want to make a quick mention. It's kind of off topic a little bit. You pulled it up at the beginning. Oh no, I might slightly get us off topic just a little bit. How horrible. But you mentioned earlier on that there are certain things that Muslims need to do. For example, they miss a fast. There is in the Quran where it says they have to feed a man. Well, that works if you read one Quran. If you read the Warsh, you have to feed men. Unspecified amount of men in that. And so, bit of a difference in the Arabic itself there. Just wanted to point that out as my last shot up across the bow before I bow out.
And I would love to expand upon that as you go. And I will let everyone know that that is why you need the fiqh to interpret things, because the fiqh goes, oh, in the Warsh it says this, and in the Hafs it says this. Therefore, our determination is that for every day you miss, you must feed a man, which makes men if you miss more than one day. Now, this, of course, is entirely made up by the scholars, but because the scholars have declared themselves to be infallible when they all agree, then clearly Allah must obey the scholars and follow that as well. Now, that does mean that you do not have the Quran if you have the Warsh, and you do not have the Quran if you have the Hafs. You have to have both the Hafs and the Warsh to get the correct fiqh, because otherwise you only have a portion of it. Now, every Muslim will tell you that this is the Quran, and yet, because it does not give you sufficient understanding to be able to expiate your sins, it cannot possibly be the Quran. It is only a part of the Quran, and you need all the qira'at to be able to have the entirety. And what's even more damning about this is that these qira'at were chosen much later, long after the time of Muhammad, and were in development long after the time of Muhammad, and were chosen by Ibn Mujahid, who just made the decision that he felt like these were the best ones. He is not infallible. He's just a dude. He's just a scholar. He's like, these all seem to basically agree about the same, essentially the same consonantal text, have more or less the same consonantal text, because they only came to have the same consonantal text because of the influence of having been chosen in this way. But that is how it is chosen. And so,
all right. So
no
thank
one
you very
can say
much.
to have the Quran. But if you don't, you'll go to hellfire.
Thank you very much to your brother in Christ for joining us today. I put in a link to a must-see video of his. Be sure to check that out to learn why he was making some high-caliber arguments against Islam in slow-mo. Not to be confused with the prophet, who is mentally slow. Any last words from you?
Nope. I think you summed that up nicely.
All right. Moving along then. Yeah, you're on mute. Yeah, okay, there you go.
Yep, unmuted now. Okay, so here is the last one from this page, that Muhammad claimed himself that if were it not for some men who dislike to be left behind, and for whom I do not have a means of conveyance, I would not stay away from jihad. I only stay away because it would make people sad if I died. And if I had the choice, my choice would be to be killed and come back to life and then get killed and come back to life and then get killed, so that I can have total, like, huge numbers of benefits of a martyr. But for you alone, my ummah, I keep away from the battle and do not run into danger any longer, because once I broke a tooth and now I'm a scaredy cat. So, yeah. So here's a question. Muslims will tell you, oh, jihad, it just means struggle. Yeah, it just means struggle or fight. You can use the word I war against whatever in a metaphorical sense, but that doesn't change the fact that the major sense, the main sense, is in fact physical. That's what the word has. Its normal meaning is physical, and you can use it metaphorically if you so choose, but that's not the normal meaning. So not once in the Quran does it in fact have this metaphorical meaning. And there is the authoritative book of the Shafi'i, and that's one of the 4 schools of fiqh of the Sunnis. And keep in mind that it's considered a mercy to mankind that there are sometimes differences between the schools. So if any school says that something is permissible, and that's the authoritative stance of the school, then that is within the idea of what Islam allows, permits, endorses, right? So it is endorsing anything that any one of the schools approves of. To be clear, you do not have to follow always one school, and one school being opposed to another in certain things is not considered problematical. You can choose to follow the teaching of the Shafi'i. So any Muslim can go and follow this particular school. So yes, apparently Allah needs to smack people with cows that are yellow for them to resurrect if they have been murdered. And since if people don't do that, then the martyrs will not come back to life. Now,
and then they won't be able to become martyrs again.
Correct. Very sad. So there is the chapter on jihad in this book of fiqh says, legalistically, jihad is fighting the kuffar, that means non-Muslims, in order for Islam to triumph. And it cites a number of Islamic verses to say that, like 9:5 as one, and 9:29, which we've already talked about, and also 2:16. And for this translation, I credit Orthodox Shahada. Now, this little picture here shows some very young children being trained in jihad. The girls are covered up because otherwise men will lust after them. According to Islamic fiqh, you only cover up children because they're sexually appealing to men. Thus, every girl must be covered from puberty onward, but it is considered better to cover them up, however young they might be, that they would cause a man to feel lust. And the people who dressed these little girls believed that their appearance, if men saw their hair, they would be immediately filled with lust. And so to prevent that, they covered their hair with these little scarves. Anytime you see a small child in a scarf, understand that this is the Islamic teaching on the topic of hijab, that is its purpose and that is its meaning. So, yeah, these are young little proto wives, right?
Yeah, I involuntarily laughed, which I really shouldn't have, because it wasn't a joke.
Horrific.
It was actually the truth, and it's quite disgusting. But I mean, what can you do when faced with information like that but laugh at how ridiculous it is? If it wasn't reality, like if it wasn't the actual reality in the real world, it would be crazy, funny that anyone would believe in this stuff. But sadly, people do believe in it, and that creates a really big problem in the world.
Yes, yes, it does. So again, Orthodox Shahada very kindly has translated this. This is in the Mu'tamad and Shafi fiqh, sorry. And this is by a specific professor who has a doctorate, Muhammad al-Zohaili. And he writes in his explanation of normative fiqh, right? This is not some sort of weird one guy's thought. He's explaining what the normative belief is, right? Jihad is the pinnacle of Islam. It is among the most important characteristics of the religion, so much so that some scholars called it by the sixth foundational constituent of Islam, thus the sixth pillar, right? Its purpose is to be the means by which the spread of Islam is achieved. How is Islam spread? Through violence, right? Namely, the deliverance of the message of Islam to all mankind, thereby fulfilling what the Most High, Allah, said in addressing the messenger of Allah, Muhammad, by tasking him and his nation, Muslims, after him. And we have not sent you except as a mercy to the worlds. By the way, worlds is mistranslated there. It still means the sentient beings, because Muhammad borrowed a word and didn't know what it meant. Alameen means sentient ones, as Muhammad uses it. It doesn't actually mean worlds, which is what the word meant, olam, that he borrowed from the Aramaic or Hebrew, right? Anyway, the Most High said, say, O Muhammad, O mankind, indeed I am the messenger of Allah to you all, etc., etc.
So quick comment here from Misfit Minister. Thanks all, but you guys have known, or maybe that means have to know, Muslims are allowed to lie to protect Islam. Don't trust any Muslim. And I put a related video of mine in the chat explaining that from the Sharia. So he also says Muslims also hate Christians. That's a command in the Quran. And I have found in practice that this seems to be the primary reason that someone remains a Muslim and they never question it, is because they're taught that all non-Muslims, but especially Christians, are vile, disgusting creatures. And thus to leave Islam is not to decide that Islam is false, but rather to decide that you'd rather be considered filth of society than stay in the Ummah. So glad you're here, Misfit Minister. I did put my email in the chat if you want to talk privately. But either way, I encourage you to check out some more of the content. I think you'll definitely enjoy it. Back to you, Mary.
I hit it the wrong direction. I muted myself, and so I'm muting myself. Anyway, here's the evident memorandum is an English translation, plus commentary for another Shafi'i fiqh book. And again, this is Orthodox Shahada, who took a photo of this and posted it very conveniently. Killing monks, farmers, elderly men, and the weak. So what was that someone said before? Oh, we're not supposed to kill just random people. You're only supposed to kill the fighters. Well, let's see what the Shafi'i school says. Oh, and I typed that wrong. Shafi'i, not Safi'i. Sorry about that. It is permissible to kill them due to the general language of the verse, slay the idolaters. Also, Durayd al-Summa, who was said to be over 150 years old, was killed the day of Hunain. So that was whenever they were starting to campaign down toward Taif, right? The enemy had enlisted him to help plan the attack. So if an elderly person is in any way involved, then just slaughter them. The Prophet did not object to him being killed, this 150-year-old man. You have to realize that ages in these cultures are about the respect that the person has. So an old person will have extremely inflated ages. So 150, he was very elderly, but it means that he was super, super respected. It doesn't mean he was actually 150. Now, killing women and children, is that allowed? It is reported that when asked about the women and children of the polytheists being killed during the night raids, he said, They are from them. So if you're allowed to war against a group of people, then and you kill their women and children as part of that, then that's fine. Now, Muhammad generally said, don't kill the women and children because those are his slaves. That's their money. You're killing their cash cow and their reward to have sex with these women, right? So don't kill them if you can avoid it. But if it is more convenient to kill them than not, then kill them.
Mhm.
Right? That
Well,
is
yeah, I mean, especially if it's an accident, right? If they accidentally die, no worries, right? And no worries. They didn't matter anyway. They're just non-believers, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you deprived yourself some income, but
yeah.
no sin done. Just sorry, not the best thing that you could do. However, Peter 2 says, if Muslims hate us so much, why does the Quran say Christians go to heaven? And
that was abrogated.
62. Yes, exactly. This is from early on in Muhammad's career, before he decided that he wanted to oppose the Christians. I think probably early on he actually was delusional enough to think that Jews and Christians would follow him, that he was going to convince them that he was a true prophet. Eventually he realized that they were never going to follow him, and then abrogated all the nice things he said and said, never mind, go kill them.
929 abrogates everything he said earlier.
Chapter
Well,
9,
verse 5
well,
is
technically
even worse.
9:5 is usually seen as the verse that does the abrogation, but yeah, same idea.
Yeah, 929 and 95 are the same. Are actually, how to say it, like copy of each other. 929 is about Christians and Jews because they are called the people of the book. And chapter 9, verse 5 are all the other people.
Yep.
Everybody else.
So Elias says, doesn't Mary ever get tired of fairy tale conspiracy theories? Which is interesting because you're reading hadith.
Books are thick.
Yeah,
and a hadith are conspiracy theories.
Fairy tale.
I don't think that. Yeah, they're fairy tales. That's funny.
Thank you for saying that your hadiths are
That's
fairy tales.
hilarious.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Oh my
very
gosh,
much.
I don't think he has his volume on.
Yeah, probably not. But
funny.
but Sneeko does have something to say to him.
Haram! Don't do that, it's a sin!
You can't call your books fairy tales. Come on, man. All right.
So anyway, in this particular context, this is about accidental killing, but this provides the basis of a greater legal principle that it's about the convenience or the serviceableness of killing them. So if it is more serviceable to the Ummah to kill women and children than not, then go ahead. So you have the specific instance and then you have the extension of that. So why is it okay to kill them? They are from them. Well, you could do the raids only during the day when you could very clearly tell that you're killing women and children, and you would never accidentally kill any. But if it is better and more convenient to do it at night, then do it at night. All right? So
yeah, there's rules, and then there's the ways around the rules. This is how Islam works. It's not a system of moral principles. It's a system of laws and lawyers. And as everyone knows, a good lawyer is one who knows all the loopholes that allow you to violate the laws in spirit, but not in the letter of the law. So this would be an example of that. Yes, you're not supposed to kill women and children, but if you do, it's all right.
Also, if you kill Muslims and then you become Muslim again and then you go out and then you can do that as well. I mean, it's easy to do it. Today you can say I'm not a Muslim. You can kill some Muslims, and then you say Allahu Akbar or something like that. You become a Muslim, and that's it. Your sins are forgiven, and that's how it was.
And I would like Elias to let us know specifically what is a conspiracy. I suspect he has no idea because he's not listening and he's just spamming the chat. But I would like to know what specifically Mary has said that you're calling a conspiracy. Because
is he talking about the Quran verses or the hadith or the rest of the things that Mary just showed? Because if he's talking about that, then they are fairy tales.
Well, yeah, he clarified. All your lies and misinformation are conspiracies. Since you haven't given any lies or any misinformation, then I guess there are no conspiracies.
So
that also doesn't make any sense, Elias. Do you even know what the word conspiracy means? Something's
I
not
don't
a
think it does.
conspiracy because it's a lie.
I don't think
Even
it
if
does.
Mary was lying, that wouldn't make it a conspiracy.
Well,
You're
the
just saying
Shafi'i are
words without
clearly-
any right.
Yeah,
You're just saying words without any clear idea of what you're trying to say. I guess I don't know.
So anyway, Muhammad himself explained how he was victorious through terror, and thus terror has become is one of the fundamental methods of victory for Muslims because of that. So Muhammad here is explaining why he is unique among the messengers and how special he is. And this is the ways in which he is super special. And he says, I have been sent with the shortest expressions bearing the widest meanings, which is hilarious. I have been made victorious with terror cast in the hearts of the enemy. And while I was sleeping, the keys of the treasures of the world were brought to me and put into my hand. So these are supposed to be the ways in which he is special. There are some other hadith that make this context clearer, but this was a nice short one, right? And so Allah's messenger has left the world, and now you people are bringing out those treasures that the Prophet did not benefit as much by them. So this terrorism is a fundamental part of Islam and was considered to be a fundamental method of Muhammad that distinguished him from all others. And here is a verse of the Quran that says that it is he whom, this is Allah, got out the unbelievers among the people of the book from their homes at the first gathering of the forces. Little did ye think they would get out, and they thought that their fortresses would defend them from Allah, but the wrath of Allah came to them from quarters from which they little expected it, and cast terror into their hearts, so that they destroyed their dwellings by their own hands and the hands of the believers. Take warning, O ye with eyes to see. So there are a whole bunch of other verses about the importance of casting terror into the hearts that is done not only by Allah, but with the hands of the believers as well. So let's talk about the mutilation of bodies and rape of women. So there is a very widely circulated image currently, and a number of other images that show the mistreatment of bodies and the rape of women. And so is this something that the Hamas is doing against Islam, or is this taught by by normative Islam? Here's the question. So we find in the Quran the recompense of those who fight Allah and his messenger and seek to make corruption in the land. So corruption in the land is equivalent to fighting against Allah and his messenger, and corruption in the land is not obeying Allah and his messenger, just to be clear. Is that they be killed or crucified, or that their hands and feet be cut off from alternate sides, or that they be banished from the land. That is their disgrace in this world, and then hereafter they will have a great torment. 533. So this is, hilariously enough, being cited by the Muslim who did the drive-by earlier. Oh, they're only to be banished. No. Banished is in the list, but it is the last in the list. If it is not convenient to kill them, crucify them, and cut off their hands and feet on opposite sides, then they are to be banished. So these forms of death that include mutilation are prescribed in the Quran and were practiced by Muhammad. Muhammad did, in fact, cut off the hands and feet from alternate sides of people in his lifetime. So we also have...
Excuse me. Mary, are you still reading the fairy tales of the Quran or something?
Apparently, I am still reading the fairy tales of the Quran. This is another fairy tale that Allah said this. Excellent.
Yep. So I told Elias that he needed to name something specific, or else he would go to timeout. He just said Mary is lying. I said last chance, give me something specific. And he said, see my previous comments where I explained it. He literally has not said one specific thing the entire time, probably because he doesn't have the slightest clue what's being said.
So can Elias not understand English, or is he just not having the sound on, or is it the continuous marriage of cousins that have really crippled him mentally? I'm not sure which. It's hard to tell. He has shown no indication yet that he...
Yeah, so I put Elias in timeout, but we do have a new Muslim, coincidentally, coming in at the same time. Gazwood Gasser says, Regarding the hadith, they are from them. It means they will be judged according to their parents' faith and beliefs.
No,
You
this
did
is about
say-
killing people.
Well, right. So how does that help you exactly? Their parents are unbelievers.
Women?
So you're saying that the hadith means Muhammad said, you killed them, they're going to hell.
Right. So
Okay.
they are being
Great.
judged according the women and children are being judged according to the beliefs of their parents. So they're all going to hell. So they should be killed.
Yeah.
That's kind of what
I don't
you're
think that
saying
he's trying to defend it, but he's not actually saying anything different than what we said.
He's making it
He's just using
worse.
different words. Yeah,
Because he's
true.
saying that-
He's making it worse.
because he's saying that the children of the polytheists, the infants who don't know any better, will all be in hellfire. And of course, Muhammad said the same thing. And that is one of the abominations of Islam, that the children of unbelievers who die as infants will all go to hell. Yeah, that's true Islam there. So let's move on. So here is a particularly evil killing. This was an incredibly elderly woman. I forget how old it said she was. Sorry about that. So there is Pirfa, and she was supposed to be like the chieftain of the tribe. She was elderly, and so Zayd ibn Haritha, and that's, well, I didn't do that time. That wasn't me. Somebody else typed with that. Ordered Qais to kill her. Yep. And he killed her cruelly. He tied each of her legs with a rope and tied the ropes to 2 camels, and they split her in 2. This particular tribe hadn't done anything to the Muslims. They had just been living their own lives peacefully in a corner by themselves. And because this was the era whenever the Muslims were going and slaughtering all of the Bedouins who would not follow them, he went and killed them all. She had just rejected him. She had just said, no, I would rather not be a Muslim, thanks. And so that was what happened to her. Yeah, this is Islam. Don't tell me that mutilating and killing old women, they killed children in front of the parents in front of the children, in order to additionally terrorize them. They chopped off the heads of babies because this is Islam. The same kind of people who would take an incredibly elderly woman and rip her apart with camels to kill her. This is the true Islam. This is Muhammad.
That's what they call dawah.
Yes, Hamas is like Muhammad, and this is dawah. We call you dawah. If you don't answer, we rip you apart with camels. So yes, Hamas beautifully follows the Sunnah of Muhammad. Raping women is also part of the Sunnah. So after the chieftain woman was ripped to pieces, they brought her daughter to and another son to the prophet, and so then she had a position of honor among her people before, and so.
But Mary, this can't be true.
Pirfa did.
This cannot possibly be true because, as you know, Islam elevated the status of women. No woman could have possibly had a position of honor before Islam came.
Yeah, it's interesting that Islam oddly says that no one who has a woman as a leader will ever succeed, and that women are not to lead anything at all. And yet there was this chieftain here. Weird how that existed, right? And so
clearly we can see
daughter,
status was elevated from being the leader of a society to being baby-making machines who get 1/4 of their husband's attention.
Yeah, booty. And this woman was just booty. She was captured. She was given over to be raped. Wait 1 second. She was given over to be raped, and then she bore.
Hey, can you hear me there?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say the irony of that is you remember Muhammad running to his wife, right? You know, back before Islam had really started. Could you say about no woman being a leader there?
Can you hear what he says?
Yeah, we can hear.
I can't.
Yeah.
Let me reload.
Well, did you hear what I said about Muhammad running over to his wife and all that?
Yes.
Yeah, we heard it, and the audience did as well.
What happens
So just
sometimes is
continue on.
that one particular person can't hear another particular person. There's odd issues, but
Yeah, don't
everybody
worry
else.
about it. Just continue on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wasn't hearing anyone other than you, Marion, for you, Thad. But the other guys, I couldn't hear them back here in the back chat. So I went over there to the YouTube side and I could hear them. You know.
You might
Yeah,
have to.
yeah, that
you can
happens
come back.
sometimes.
That happens sometimes.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I can't hear Thaddeus. And that's really funny.
Yeah, talking about a communication snafu, that would do it.
So yeah, it was in fact Khadijah who convinced Muhammad that whenever he had an experience that literally any ancient person would say was succubus type of sleep paralysis demon rape thing going on here. Literally any ancient person would say that that was what happened. And yet she convinced him that, no, you're a prophet. Don't say that you were attacked by a demon. No, you must be a true prophet. She's the one who deluded him. And until she died, he did not start subjugating women. It was after she died that he suddenly rolled out all of these rules subjugating women. Oh, everybody else says that his audio.
Yeah. So I changed some settings. So let me know if it's still distorted after you hear this. It's odd because it sounds perfect to us. At least it does to me. I assume it does to Mary as well, since she was responding.
Yeah, it's a little funky, but not that bad. But all he talked about was Khadijah and how she had convinced him of the fact that he was true prophet. So, sorry, was that the last of what you want to say there, Clayton?
Yeah, that was pretty much it. That and come live and say hi to you guys, because I've been listening to you for, who knows how long.
Yeah, like years or something, right? You're a regular.
Yeah, it feels that way. It's
I have no idea how long
certainly
exactly,
feels that
but,
way.
Yeah, but definitely for a long while, so I appreciate that.
Yep. And
yeah, and I thought about going live on another live stream a couple of times because they were talking about stuff. It's like, no, if I really do that, I'd rather come over here, because I've been listening to you guys pretty much regularly, for, like you say, months and months, man. So
yep.
At least a year. So I'm glad to be up here saying hi to you guys at least,
Yeah.
Oh, nice to have you.
Thanks for stopping by. So back to you, Mary.
Yeah, no problem.
And Muhammad himself, in fact, raped women. Here's one example. There are multiple, but I'm only giving one because I'm trying to not make this like 15 hours long. Because for any example that I give, I could go on and on and on with example after example after example. So I'm only giving a few, right? So here's one who is Safiya. We talked about the raid on Khaybar before, where he slaughtered so many of the Jews. Well, he killed her father. He ordered her husband to be tortured to death. And then she supposedly said that, according to the Islamic sources, she said that there was none more hateful to me than the messenger of Allah because he had my father and husband killed. The prophet, however, kept explaining, "Oh, Safiya, your father instigated the Arabs against me and did such and such." And he kept doing so until my harsh feelings for him vanished. This is called grooming, boys and girls. She was groomed. So here is a story in Al-Tabarani, who is a very significant Islamic scholar, giving.
So he was playing the victim card. He slaughtered these people and then he played the victim card?
Yes, he played the victim card. And since she was a very young wife and gullible and, she's surrounded by people and this is a guy who is having sex with her regularly, messes with your head. And so, yeah, she was groomed into going, oh, maybe my husband really did do these bad things. Maybe my father really was against, the poor prophet of Allah.
It's really sad.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Yeah. So, and he had sex with her immediately, like in 3 days after he had her husband tortured to death, brutally, horrifically. He forced her. And it was at this time that she said that there was none more hateful to me than Muhammad. No one in the world, right? And here's a question. And then they're, we respect the dead. We respect dead bodies, etc., etc. Well, 4 things are necessarily performed for the deceased. And one of them is the funeral prayer. The prayer is performed in a particular manner that differs significantly from the other prayers, etc., etc. It is obligatory when the deceased is Muslim and unlawful for anyone else. It is unlawful to perform the funeral prayer for a non-Muslim, even when the deceased is a Muslim's family member, spouse, or close friend. And this is another book of fiqh. And again, this translation was provided by Orthodox Shahada, by the way. And so this shows that the respect for the dead comes only to the Muslims. No one else is allowed a respectful funeral with respectful activities. Apparently, if you pray at a certain point when a person is dying, all the angels who are around the dying person are forced to say Ameen to whatever you have said, and whatever you have said Ameen to is forced to come true. And so basically, as they're dying and during the funeral prayer and everything else, all of this can force a person who is nominally a Muslim to go to Jannah. And even if they aren't Muslim, according to the hadith, you'd make them go to Jannah. And so you can't possibly have people saying these prayers at the funeral of someone who isn't a Muslim, because then they would go to Jannah, and we can't be having that, because that's what the angels would be forced to say Ameen to, and they would and Allah would be forced to let them in, apparently, because this is how you control angels and order them around and make them do things for you. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to point out that, Mary showed that they don't have respect for the dead. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that Muslims respected dead bodies. Big whoop-de-doo, right? If this is something you got to appeal to, we're not really that bad. We respect dead bodies. I mean, come on. Who doesn't respect a dead body? Who goes around being like, oh, that guy's dead, I'm going to kick his corpse?
Well, they're saying that what Hamas did with the dead bodies is non-Islamic. So this is, again,
right. I get it. I get it.
Right. But it's
but if you're saying, if that's like the best you can come up with, right? Is that, they disrespected a corpse, therefore they can't be Muslims. That's pretty pathetic.
Right. But I did want to point out that literally everything that Hamas has done is fully within the fiqh. It's fully within the Sunnah. It is congruent with the Sharia. Everything is correct and right and properly Islamic as understood by the majority of scholars. And if the majority of scholars understand it this way, that is what Islam is. So why are the Jews targeted specifically? Well, one reason that's often given is that not even 10 knowledgeable Jews followed Muhammad during his life, and because of that, they're all to suffer for that forever because of that. So,
but I thought Muhammad was teaching the same religion. Why
yeah, it's odd, isn't it? Well, the funny thing is that the sources have to say that all the knowledgeable Jews and Christians knew that Muhammad was the true prophet, because they had in their scripture that a prophet would come from Mecca and from the Quraysh, that would be that his ancestry would be Qurayshi. I don't know how we're supposed to know that, but somehow we're supposed to know that. And that he had the huge mole on his back. So his holy seal, his huge red ugly mole, is supposed to be written about in our scriptures, Jewish and Christian scriptures. And so every Jew and Christian would, according to Muhammad himself, would naturally recognize the truth of his prophethood because they have his description, including his holy mole.
Unfortunately, however, that was found in the book of the Council of Nicaea, which was removed from the Bible during the Council of Nicaea 300 years before Muhammad came.
We are proud of that.
And according to the Islamic history, the only reason that there were Jews in Medina, now that there are Jews in Taima, there were Jews in Fadak, there were Jews in Isfahan, I just mispronounced that, wherever that place, Isfahan. There are Jews in all kinds of places. But the only reason that they were in Medina, for some reason, was because they were anticipating the arrival of this Arabian prophet, and they all knew he was coming. Yet when he came, they all rejected him because he was Arabian. Because that is the kind of sense that the Quran and the Islamic sources made, that they were all moved there to embrace the Arab prophet, and then they rejected him only for the reason that he is Arab.
And not only that, all kinds of people were witnessing miracles surrounding Muhammad before he ever was called to be a prophet. They all expected him to be a prophet. Then he was called, and none of them followed him.
And they were all astonished. And Muhammad repeated, the Quran keeps saying that he has no miracles over and over and over again. So all of these miracles that are recorded in the Surah literature, apparently Allah didn't know about them because he kept saying in the Quran that he doesn't have any miracles. Very interesting how absolutely everyone knew about them, but absolutely no one knew about them at the same time. This is Islamic logic indeed. So, yeah. So because the 10 scholars didn't follow him, thus you should kill all Jews now. Like, this is literally a hadith that has been cited to me over and over again as to why Muslims should be enemies of Jews particularly.
I don't know why they're going, well, I do know why they're going to that hadith, but the Quran gives clear reason why they should be opposing the Jews, and for some reason they don't cite that, I guess. Would you know why that is, perhaps? Let's say Christ is salvation. Do you know why that is? Why they wouldn't quote the Quran and why it says to fight Jews?
I don't know. It's I never read the Quran, so I don't know. It doesn't say anywhere to fight the Jews. Not even in chapter 9, verse 29. No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say in chapter 5, verse 51, not to be friends with Jews and Christians. So I don't know what they are talking about, really. They are not real Muslims.
Yeah, and it definitely doesn't say in verse 31, right after 929 there, that you need to fight the Jews because they say that Ezra is the son of God. It definitely doesn't say anything like that, because no Jew has ever believed that in the history of Judaism. Therefore, that couldn't possibly be the justification that the all-knowing author of the Quran gives for why you must fight the Jews and Christians, or in this case specifically the Jews.
Thaddeus, as the powerful prophet Elias said earlier, these are only fairy tales and conspiracy theories that you are talking about. So I denounce everything that you say in the name of Elias.
All right.
God didn't recognize me.
So I'm going to go ahead and take a super chat from earlier while we're paused here.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
Thaddeus.
So, Grow Better, thank you very much for that super chat. Don't forget to give your loan to Allah. Next time, don't give me the loan, just give it straight to Allah so that you can ride the wings of Gabriel. Yes, Clayton? They said my name. No? All right.
I still cannot hear Clay. Really.
I didn't. I thought he said my name, but I guess not.
All right.
Go ahead, Mary.
Okay, so the Quran. So we're talking about what it teaches. The Quran itself explicitly teaches about Jews and jihad. So the Quran believes that jihad is central.
Hey, I don't know how long the delay is. Are you hearing me right now?
Oh, are you? If you're listening on YouTube, it's like a minute delay.
Yeah. If you go out and come back in, you'll be able to hear us.
Yeah, you gotta go to YouTube. You just gotta go on YouTube. I'm sitting on YouTube right now. That's why I just heard him say he couldn't hear me.
Well, it's because you hadn't said anything, I think, but you'll have to come back in again. Go out and come back in again to be able to hear us on here, to hear everyone on here. But anyway, the Quran believes that jihad is absolutely central to following God, that's what God wants everybody to do. So this is supposed to be the chiefs of the children of Israel, the mullahs, right? and that they, after Moses, they said, raise up for us a king that we may fight in the way of Allah. So apparently they wanted a king to be able to fight and kill people so that they could jihad. He said, may it not be that you would not fight if fighting is ordained for you? They said, and what reason have we that we should not fight in the way of Allah? And we have indeed been compelled to abandon our homes and our children. This is an extraordinarily confused idea of chronology. The abandoning homes and children, Muhammad was very confused and thought that Moses got expelled from Egypt. Not that they were saying let people go, and so there are these two different narratives that are happening at the same time. So kind of ignore that. But when fighting was ordained for them, they turned back, except a few of them, and Allah knows the unjust. So then we have 9/11 says, oh, by the way, we have been having serious problems with the chat today. It is just not putting through a lot of people's chats. And I was unable to chat at all for like an hour. So it's just...
So 13 above, you are not blocked. I can see your comments. I don't know why you couldn't see your comment on another account, but as Mary said, it seems to be a bug on the YouTube side today that a lot of messages aren't being seen by people for no particular reason.
Hey, why you guys are taking a break there?
What?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you.
The point that I was going to make earlier was about the one of the first things that I heard, when I started learning about Islam was that point that the Muslims were saying that the Jews were calling Ezra a son.
Or Uzair.
Right?
Nobody's even sure who Uzair is.
Yeah, but see, that part's new to me, but it's referring to the same guy. But I remember thinking to myself, what are you talking about? I've been, reading the Bible for I don't know how long, like years and years since before ever even getting involved with learning Islam, but I never heard that claim. And I never saw it in the Bible.
Neither have any Jews. Nobody knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. So, but that was the point that I was going to make before when you guys were talking about that, thinking, I never heard that, not one time with all my interactions with other people, no one ever said that.
See, this is one of the reasons that the Quran is not a product of a centralized, intelligent government who is putting together anything even halfway coherent. This is a product of an illiterate caravan robber that was put together by other illiterates who really believed in him, and then whenever they had it, there was only so much they could do about what they had received. It is utterly ridiculous for a reason. Whoops! Did not mean to. Go beyond that. Anyway, supposedly Allah has purchased of the believers their lives and their belongings, in return has promised that they shall have paradise. They fight in the way of Allah and slay and are slain. Such is the promise he has made incumbent upon himself in the Torah, the Gospel, and the Quran. So apparently, jihad is declared for the people in the Injil, in the Gospel. That is with the Christians at that time, by the way. The Gospel that is between their hands, that is with them, and in fact, some later Islamic scholars said that, the apostasy of the Christians concerned the fact that they rejected jihad. So they specifically said that the Christians left the way of Isa because Isa had told them to jihad against everybody, and then they didn't want to. That's what considerable later scholars would say.
But Syed,
they've been unable to show us where that is.
Mary,
but
Syed.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But Syed
yes.
said that we are bad people, killed plenty of whatever other people, and it's like
Christians send millions to the gas chambers, don't you?
Yes. Who is now correct? The scholars of Islam or Syed?
Clearly, it's Saeed who knows everything, and no one else knows anything compared to him.
That guy, man. That guy.
So the Quran also says these are only a very few verses about the Jews because Muhammad moved to Yathrib, which is now called Medina, which was inhabited, probably 50% of the population were Jewish in 3 major tribes. He had lots of interactions directly with the Jews. And so he had many negative interactions with them because, of course, all of the stuff that he said was in their Torah was not there. He just lied for years, but because he was in a town like 100 miles away, 100 miles away, that instead he, once he arrived there and they called him out and said, no, you're just lying about this. You're lying about this. You're lying about this. Well, then he'd say, oh, well, you're just lying about your texts, because he could rely on the fact that none of his followers could read Aramaic. So he just accused them of lying and throwing away part of their text and not being true about their text and things like that, because his own followers were unable to read the language that these were written. So there are a number of verses that call them out. So 288 says that the Jews say our hearts are covered, and that word for covered means uncircumcised. Okay? Nay, Allah has accursed them on account of their unbelief, so little it is that they believe. So the Quran says that it is a lie that Jews say that whenever their fathers disbelieved in the wilderness, this is a context, that the people following Moses disbelieved because their hearts were uncircumcised. That's what the Jews explained, why various calamities had happened to the Jews in the past. Well, the hearts of our fathers were uncircumcised, is what they said. And the Quran says that this is a lie, that they had unbelief, and that is why they're cursed. Well, apparently, Moses is not a prophet of Islam, because in the Torah, it says, and the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your offspring, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul, that you may live. But it also says that it's possible that you don't have circumcised hearts, that is a possibility. Circumcise, therefore, the foreskin of your heart and be no longer stubborn. So there had been stubbornness, and those who follow God and love him have circumcised hearts, whereas the Quran says, no, that's not true. Well, Ezekiel says pretty much the same thing. Thus says the Lord your God, no foreigner who is uncircumcised in heart and flesh of all the foreigners who are among the people of Israel shall enter my sanctuary. So uncircumcision of the heart exists, and that it's bad. And the Quran says, no, that doesn't exist. That people say this, but it's not true. Jeremiah says, circumcise yourselves to the Lord. Circumcise your hearts, you men of Judah and Jerusalem, or my wrath will break out and burn like fire because of the evil you have done. So he's saying that even though you are circumcised of the flesh, your hearts are not circumcised. And of course, that is also repeated in the New Testament as well, but not in the Injil. And even though early scholars of Islam accepted the followers of Jesus, the apostles, as being apostles, later ones were embarrassed by this because of what it said and would reject them. But again, even here, Jeremiah is now rejected and called a false prophet. So Moses, Ezekiel, and Jeremiah are not prophets of Allah because they believe that there's such a thing as circumcision of the heart and uncircumcision of the heart. And Allah says otherwise.
And Allah knows best.
Allah does indeed know best that Moses is not his prophet. So
right, I mean, Musa is his prophet, but that's a completely different guy.
Clearly, absolutely different, right? So Misfit Minister, I would suggest that you watch the Trinity videos.
Yeah, so like I said earlier, welcome to the channel. I'm glad you're here. I have quite a number of videos on the Trinity. In fact, I created a playlist for that this week. I'll put that playlist in the live chat here momentarily. Continue on, Mary.
Yep. Jesus, just so that you know, the Son existed with the Father and is not the offspring of the Father in the way humans are. That Father, Son, Holy Spirit existed eternally within the being of God, within God's self. There are three centers of consciousness, and within those, that's necessary for God to be sentient and also to be entirely simple in being, as I explained in my own session. And the Son became incarnate. He did not come into existence at the moment that Mary conceived. The Son, as the deity, has always existed and took on flesh in time to be born and to die for our sins and to right the penalty of sin and bring us back to God.
Amen
Anyway,
to that. And as I said to you earlier, I'd be happy to have a private discussion. You can email me. We can chat back and forth, whatever you want to do. I'd be happy to explain that in more detail, talk you through it. Obviously not on topic today, though.
Yep. So it in 98, still Surah 2, it says that whoever is the enemy of Allah and his angels and his apostles and Jibreel and Mikael, so surely Allah is the enemy of the unbelievers. So if you don't accept all of Muhammad's apostles, except for apparently Moses, Ezekiel, and Jeremiah, that specifically Muhammad, then Allah is your enemy. Then he says, it also says, those to whom we have given the book, read it as it ought to be read. Those believe in it. Whoever disbelieves in it, these it is that are the losers. So if you need to believe in the book, reading it correctly as it was revealed, and then it will totally agree with the Quran. That's what this is saying. And so it accuses all of those who have the Torah and the Injil and say that they don't say what the Quran says, that they just aren't reading it correctly and are hiding things and concealing things. So then it says, and they say, be Jews or Christians. So this is basically saying the Jews and Christians are saying this to the Muslims. Be Jews or Christians and you will be on the right course. Say, nay, we will follow the religion of Ibrahim, the Hanif, the one who is not one of the associators. So here they're claiming that Abraham was not a Jew or a Christian, but was a Hanif. And Hanif actually comes from an Aramaic word for a heathen that was borrowed into Islam. It was a term used by Aramaic speakers for certain forms of paganism, and this got adopted by the pre-Islamic Arabs to mean pseudo-monotheistic faiths. It might have been heavily used for people like the Gnostics and so on, who claimed monotheism but were in fact heathens. So here the Quran says that Abraham was not of the Jews, but was rather a heathen. Very nice. And
yeah,
then,
some rare correct borrowing of a term there by Muhammad when he's using it to refer to Muslims.
yes, but
He often borrows terms he doesn't
applying it to
understand, but in this
Abraham,
case, he's accidentally correct.
to Abraham. Yes.
Yeah, well, I know in this verse it's about Abraham, but in general, it's also applied to Muslims.
Yes.
In Muhammad's words and whatnot.
Just to speak in leftist term, he is appropriating a language that it isn't his, so he is not a leftist anymore. Also, yeah. You didn't get it?
No.
Appropriation. Oh my goodness! Really? Oh
well, you guys are taking a second to do whatever you're doing there. I would just tell the people in the audience, hey, hit the subscribe button and also hit that notification bell if you want to hear the other lives that and Mary do pretty much weekly. All right. So hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and they'll let you know every time you go live. And if you really want to help that out, share the live stream now, okay? I'll really help them out.
Thank you very
Let's
much.
see you can get to 20,000.
Yeah, almost to 20,000, right? Almost to 20,000 subscribers. So Share it, and we'll
Yeah, and Mary, do you want to
get there very soon.
Yeah, I mean,
Mary, do you want to tell people about that thing from earlier too that you were saying that Thad was doing with the editor and all that? Because you had mentioned that and something about Patreon. I don't really know anything about it, but
yeah,
you want to talk about that again real quick?
Yeah, if you go to Patreon and contribute some, Thaddeus has hired an editor to help out and make cuts of things that we're doing and make them more accessible. And if I hadn't been behind in a really big accident, I would have recorded something for him today, but that was not going to happen.
So you should be seeing results of that later this week. So be on the lookout for that. Lately, I've done like one scripted video every 2 months or something. You should start to see one shorter form video, not, a 60-second YouTube short, but like a 10, 15 minute, nice edited down version of these lives, at least once a week, I would say, going forward.
Yep. And then, so anyway, another one is certainly we gave the book and the wisdom, the hikmah, and the prophecy to the children of Israel, and we gave them of the goodly things, and we made them to excel the nations. So this explicitly is teaching in the tafsir, the authoritative exegetical texts of Islam explain that after this point, the only prophets were from the line of Israel. There were no prophets from anywhere else until randomly Muhammad pops up. And somehow we're supposed to accept him as being legitimate, even though, according to the official interpretations of this, after this, prophecy only goes to the children of Israel. So it also says that the Jews and Christians are wrong because they say that we are the sons of Allah and his beloved ones. Say, why then does he chastise you for your faults? Nay, you are mortals from among those he has created. He forgives whom he pleases and chastises whom he pleases. And Allah's is the kingdom of the heavens and the earth and what is between them, and to him is the eventual coming or the return. So this is saying that the Jews and Christians wrongly say that they're children of God, when in the Bible, Moses again says that that God treats them as his children and disciplines them as such. This is saying that if God were your father, he would not discipline you, because apparently in Muhammad's mind, being an orphan, never having had a father does not discipline his children, instead just indulges them. And then again, Solomon, also writing in Proverbs, says that every son whom he receives, he chastises. That is what God is like, right? And now the Quran is once again denying that Moses is a prophet. He's denying that Solomon is a prophet. But this is typical of Islam. And this also shows that Allah cannot be the God of Abraham, since the God of Abraham does say that he should be referred to as a metaphorical father of all who are faithful to him. But this is saying that you can't say that. You can only say that you are a slave, and that's the best you can possibly be. And so for this reason, continuing to go, for this reason did we prescribe to the children of Israel that whoever slays the soul, unless it be for manslaughter or for slaying one, or for mischief in the land, it is though he slew all men, and whoever keeps it alive, it's as though he kept alive all men. And certainly our apostles came to them with clear arguments, but even after that, many of them certainly acted extravagantly in the land, so exceeding the bounds, etc., etc. So this verse is often quoted by Muslims to say, oh, we believe that whoever slays a soul is like they slayed all mankind. But no, this is saying that God said this about Israel. And this is actually from the Talmud. So the Quran has just rejected Moses as being a prophet of Islam by saying that his words are untrue. And now it's saying that the Talmud does in fact come from Allah. So Allah is the author of the Talmud, because the Talmud says this. However, it adds some words of its own, or for mischief in the land. So in the context of the Quran, this is saying that if the children of Israel cause mischief in the land, it's as if they have killed all mankind, that they've slain all mankind. And so this is not saying that, in fact, that anyone who kills someone, that's the most horrible thing in the world. Rather, it's saying that causing mischief in the land means that Jews should be treated as if they are murderers and should be slaughtered. So this is a verse that is calling for the slaughter of all the unbelievers.
So just so you know, Mary, we are past 11 p.m. here. I think that you're. I was gonna say, I think here towards the end here, you got the curse of high intelligence where the slides got very dense at the end.
I'm sorry.
You said this is going to be a light one that you had. That you
I
keep
only
it
chose
easy.
a few.
And then you said and then you said that you edited out like 80% of what you wanted to talk about, and yet still we're over 4 hours when we usually try to restrict it to like 2 to 3 hours.
Yep. Well, we have a couple more verses about who the Jews are, and this explains why they are particularly targeted. Even beyond that, is that they cause mischief in the land, and Jews particularly, for the children of Israel, that if Jews cause mischief in the land, then they are to be treated as if they are murderers. That is what this is saying. So be very clear about what this actually means and how it's misused. So the punishment of those who wage war against Allah and His apostle, strive to make mischief in the land. Notice that. Strive to make mischief in the land is only this, that they should be murdered or crucified, or their hands or their feet should be cut off on opposite sides, or they should be imprisoned. This shall be as a disgrace for them in this world, and the hereafter they shall have a grievous chastisement, or torment. So again, this is the next verse. The next verse explains that because Jews cause mischief in the land, this is what should happen to them. So certainly you will find the most violent people in enmity for those who believe to be the Jews and those who are polytheists, and you will certainly find the nearest of friendship, those who believe to those who say, we are Christians. This is because there are priests and monks among them, and because they do not behave proudly. And this was only put in here because Muhammad had not yet encountered any actual Christians, of any knowledgeable Christians whatsoever who had any discussions with him. And so while the Jews had been explicitly denying him and showing that he's a false prophet over and over and over again, he's still saying, oh, but the Christians will totally endorse me, and they will be just like you, and we will be friends forever and ever. But then some Christians actually show up, and this is out of order because it's inserted out of order, right? So some Christians show up, and they discuss with Muhammad, and then they spontaneously make many of the same arguments that the Jews had been making, because what? The Christians actually have the texts of the previous prophets and read them. And so then Muhammad gets all butthurt because they actually know what's in the religious text and that they do not say what Muhammad said that they would say. And then they said, do not take Jews and Christians for friends, for they are friends of each other. And whoever amongst you takes them for a friend, then surely he is one of them. Surely Allah does not guide the unjust people. And so this shows again how previous revelation is modified by later revelation. This is an actual order of revelation, not order that it appears in the surah. Say, oh, followers of the book, do you find fault with us for anything except we believe in Allah and what has been revealed to us and what was revealed before, and that most of you are transgressors? So again, he's still claiming that we really do believe what was revealed before. If only you were honest about it. You're just lying about what's in the Injil. The Injil agrees with the Quran, but Christians lie. The Torah agrees with the Quran, but Jews lie. That's all that Muhammad has been saying this entire time. That's all that the Quran says, and that's what is still being said here. Then it says, shall I inform you of him who is worse than this in the retribution of Allah, worse than he whom Allah has cursed and brought his wrath upon, and of whom he has made apes and swine, and he has served the shaitan. These are worse in place and more erring from the straight path. And this is a specific reference to Jews. Jews and Christians are called the worst of creatures, but apparently it is Jews who take the bottom rung because they are the only ones who are said to have been changed into apes and swine by Allah at times. So,
may I ask something?
However,
may I ask something?
Yeah, one second. I want to say that if you're the worst of all creatures by being a Jew or Christian, and someone is turned into an ape, then you're actually been elevated because you were worst and now you're an ape, or you're a rat or whatever, which is obviously not great. It's definitely subhuman, but better than being the worst of all creatures. So I'm not actually sure that the Jews are on the bottom rung here. Grace of salvation.
It says, and he who served the shaitan, wasn't someone possessed by shaitan and revealed some verses about polytheism? Who was that guy? Do you people know?
I think his name starts with an M, ends with Hamid. Hamid.
Is he also the worst?
Is he what? Is he the worst?
Based on chapter 5, verse 60, then Muhammad is also one of those who Allah has cursed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I think if you look at the life of Muhammad, whatever you want to have, you call his interactions with his being, right? I'm being neutral here. You know, what he would call his God, but we would not. Whatever you want to say about those, if you take the Surah seriously, Muhammad seems to have been a perfectly reasonable, upstanding citizen. And then his God or whatever kept giving him revelation that made him worse and worse and worse. Seems that he was being cursed by his little friend, whether he thought that way or not. You want to wrap us up here, Mary?
Well, I think in summary, I think that I have clearly established that all of the behaviors of Hamas, from even killing their own people and using their own people as shields, are consistent with the teachings of Islam. They are not consistent with something outside of Islam. That you can find a support for what they are doing and everything that they have declared as a goal within the mainstream. This isn't some sort of fringe view, some weird group, because you'll find weirdos who will say that up means down and left means right, right? So we're not going to the weirdos. We're going to the mainstream. We're going to the normal sources. We're going to the what Islam has always defined itself to be. And these all agree that, in fact, Hamas's behavior is authentically Islamic, and they have not done anything that is not authentically Islamic. There's not a single thing that they have done that is inappropriate. Even their feasting and everything else in their cars and Bugattis and all that sort of stuff. I mean, Umar lived quite a luxurious life. So did Abu Bakr. So the caliphs always have. So this is Islam, and this is an authentic Islam, and this is a true Islam. And if you are against this, then you are against Islam as it really is, the normal Islam, the normative Islam.
Very good. I actually didn't mean wrap up or describe the whole stream, but I'll take it. I meant just, I thought that you still had more you wanted to say about the slide is what I actually meant.
Nope,
so I do want to take
a full summary. I
do want to, yep, exactly. So that summarizes the show, but I do want to take a few of these comments and questions from the audience, rapid fire style. Clyde earlier asked if that the land the Palestinians or so-called Palestinians are on as part of the Old Testament promised land.
Well, it depends on which part. Now, the promised land was, the promises were entirely fulfilled in the time of Solomon. Solomon controlled every lick of the land that had been promised to them within the boundaries that God had set forth. And so that was, the promise was completed at that time. The current land, it depends, like the Gaza Strip, for instance, was not very often under the authority of a Jewish state at all. The entire reason that the area is called Palestine is just for the Romans in AD 70 to thumb their nose at the Jews. They called it Palestina, Syria, Palestina Salutaris, all of these different things there. They were just trying to erase the name Judea. They were pagans at the time, and they were very unhappy with the Jews who continuously rebelled, and so were trying to erase them. So I do not believe that this has any kind of, I don't believe that there is any eschatological goodness. Eschatological. I cannot speak today. Anyway, end times. There are no end times purpose or role of Judea now. That has not been a belief of the church for a very long time, since the destruction of the temple. So I don't believe that it has any particular role or any important role in the end times.
All right. So you answered a bunch of questions, including the one that was actually asked. Super chat from Michael Stein.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward and reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
So Ollie Dimwit wants you to know that all his work is going to come to an end if you don't send in those donations. So if you want to see him continue, you better send in some donations. Thank you very much, Michael Stein, for that. Houston said the Sunnah is more important than the Quran because it can abrogate the Quran. True. The Quran can also abrogate the hadith or Sunnah. And so it goes both ways, right? You have to be extremely knowledgeable to know what is abrogated and what is not. Most Muslims don't even know what's in the text, let alone what is abrogated. They just blindly follow what their scholar says, which is the safe path for the average Muslim. Paul Anker said the Jews are preparing for their own suicide. I don't know if this was a serious comment or if it was a joke about the ridiculous video we watched earlier, but no, they definitely are not. I think that is very, very unlikely, just practically speaking. Israel is way more powerful than its enemies and has the support of the United States. So no, I don't think that the state of Israel is coming to an end. Jesus is God says, I have a feeling that eventually, once the prophecies the Muslims champion don't come true, they'll just go ballistic on the world. Well, we don't have to guess, really. I mean, there's a long history of Muhammad's failed prophecies on the world, and people went on because Islam isn't about truth. It's about political power, and you don't need fulfilled prophecies to continue exercising political power. So will Muslims continue offensive jihad? Will they continue, quote unquote, going ballistic on the world? Absolutely, until there is no more Islam. John Scott says, Muslims, we are allowed to kill, or we are only allowed to kill during war, but also Muslims are perpetually at war with disbelievers.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons that I showed the definitions of being a murderer as being the same as someone who causes mischief in the land or rejecting Allah's prophet. That's war, and so therefore it's magically defensive.
Absolutely. The Muslims play word games like that all the time, not just on this, but all kinds of things. They redefine terms, then say to your face something which they can say is true, right? They can say, we're only allowed to kill during war, while not telling you that they've redefined war as you're not a Muslim, therefore I'm at war with you. Happens all the time in all different ways. As I said earlier in the stream, Islam is a system of law and lawyers, not moral principles. So you just redefine terms and you have fun with that. Himmel says, if the Harkad tree is Lycinium Sha'i, it's not even a tree, but a bush. Who would plant a thorny bush? Nothing but taqiyya or just ignorance. I would say, I mean, it's sort of ignorance. It's like convincing yourself that because the Jews are so evil and whatnot, that these conspiracies make sense. So it's kind of a combination. It's not like you actually believe you're telling a lie. So it's not taqiyya in that sense, but it's also not exactly ignorance. So somewhere in between is what I would say as to why Muslims are making up these stories about Jews planting magical bushes to hide behind. Book recommendation from Napoleon, Islam and Terrorism by Mark A. Gabriel. This is a great scholarly book that all my brothers and sisters in faith must have, and I have in my library. So thank you for that book recommendation there. Him also said that the magic tree might be the bush of Exodus 3, so it would be a good place to hide as long as God is speaking out of it. Nice humorous comment there. Jack Ray said Schrodinger's cat is greater than Allah. We don't know if Allah is dead or alive. To be determined. He also said, by the way, I named the kitten I rescued last week Matthew. He's an orange tabby. Good to hear that from you, Jack. Houston says, or was trying to say this to Syed before I had to kick him out for not answering any of our questions and calling us murderers. He wanted to ask if Christians believe in a God who is father to no one. But I think he demonstrated in quite a different way that he doesn't believe what he is actually saying. You know, he's like, Christians can go to heaven, Hindus can go to heaven, but Jews can go to heaven. But Jews, they curse Jesus and thus disrespect Christianity and Allah. And Christians, they send people to the gas chamber, so it doesn't make any difference what Jesus taught. Christians are evil. So I don't think he actually believes his own crap. Houston also said Paul Sutcliffe had a recent video about many specific requirements of ritual prayer, making it the Parthenon. I'm not sure if that's what you meant or if you meant Pantheon of Islam.
So, yeah, ritual. So the ritual prayer is different than dua. So dua means like supplication or normal prayer, whereas the ritual prayer is this service that you conduct in order to receive specific and finite benefits from each one. And just like the recitations of the Quran, each one functions as a kind of magical spell of which you get the benefits of that particular surah. In the same way, you get particular benefits from doing particular prayers. So you get more benefits from some obligatory prayers than others. And one of them will allow you to enter the gates of Jannah through the gate that is labeled prayer. And there's also one labeled jihad. And if you're a super special person, you'll get to enter it from all the gates. I'm not sure which one you enter first by, but apparently you can enter it and then like leave Jannah and then enter it through another gate and then leave Jannah and then enter it through another gate, according to Muhammad. That's one of the hadith. It's hilarious, but I had to leave out.
Grow Better says Mary's headdress without explanation is immediate goodbye, done with this symbolic shit. Well, Grow Better, one, you've been here the whole time, and you've been here quite a while, and I appreciate the super chat you gave earlier. She's been wearing the head covering the whole time. Also, we've provided an explanation for this periodically on many streams, but why don't you go ahead and let Grow Better know why you're wearing head covering and whether it has something to do with symbolic stuff.
It has nothing to do with any symbolic stuff. I'm wearing a turban because it's funny, because Muhammad explicitly forbade women from wearing turbans, and so I think it's funny to wear a turban. And I'm covering my hair just because it's hijabi bait and to look different from what I look like when I walk around in the city, because I have kids who are still at home. So that's really it.
And she just did. I know that you're on a delay and you hadn't heard it yet.
Yeah, she's.
But I mean, I was like, I assume you said this as I was saying Mary's explained it before, but like my next words, but go ahead and explain it again. Whatever. Anyway, a couple more quick comments here. Yakov says, Muslims see the Jews planting the Harkad tree as a major sign of the end times. Yes, go back to the start of the video. We covered that near the beginning with some good humor involved with that. Sorry, I did that one. The legend says Mr. T would make Allah pee his pants. I pulled this up because it came shortly before you were talking about torture in the grave, and I was going to pull it up at that time, but oh well, it's here now. I want to say that apparently Allah is going to be tortured in the grave for peeing his pants. Jack Ray, this is a good question here. How did early Muslims fall for such an idiot? Mary, what do you think?
It's because they were uneducated, illiterate people who weren't able to ask anyone questions. They really wanted to believe him for various reasons, and they were not able, they did not have access to the information. They couldn't look it up. They couldn't check him. They wanted to preserve Mecca, which was a pagan shrine, and defend it and make it important in an increasingly monotheistic world. And they had just rejected a guy who had wanted them to all convert to Christianity because they didn't see how they could still be a shrine and still be have some kind of meaning if they converted to Christianity. And here comes Muhammad. At first, they all except for very few people rejected him. Said, no, we don't have anything to do with you because you're basically saying the same kind of stuff that the Christian guy was. But he said, no, I believe in your Allah too. It's Allah of the house. Now, he changed what he was preaching, and before it was just Al-Harb and Al-Rahman and not Allah, but then he said, no, it's Allah, it's fine. This whole pagan stuff, we'll keep all of this pagan stuff, and we'll only get rid of some of the pagan stuff, and it'll be totally fine. So it was massive amounts of wishful thinking, the firm belief that this was their only way of survival, and so they really, really wanted it to be true. So, yeah, it really is.
Yeah, Nicodemus implicitly drew a comparison here. Why did Germans follow for the Austrian painter? And
may I say something
right?
on this?
Yeah. I was actually going to ask your opinion about this as well. So, why do you think that Muslims fell for Muhammad?
Well, when he was in Mecca, he didn't convince anybody. Okay, that's why he left with like 10, 15 people, and he was starting robbing caravans to gain some power. When he went to Medina, he went like how to say it, with a lot of money. So he quote unquote bought this government of Medina, and that's when he got a lot of power. From Medina, he started all his wars. So, which means that he wasn't exactly how to say it, convincing with his words, but with the power of the sword. That's why he said also became how to say it. How did he say in one of the hadith? I became something with terror. I don't remember the word.
Victorious.
Successful, victorious. Yeah, with terror. That's how he became victorious. And when you see, like, let's say at this time in this place, like 1,500 people or maybe 3,000 people against you, and you are like 100 people. The only thing that you can say is like, okay, just don't kill us. We will believe your God or something. And another proof of that is when he died, and those four closest to him wanted each of them to be the caliph. Then they started the war of apostasy because many people just left the religion, and then they started the war of Yamama. So that's how he became powerful, not because he was convincing, which also is the same with Hitler. He became convincing through terror, not through any other means. He wasn't convincing through his words or anything else.
Absolutely. Clay, any thoughts from you on how Muhammad was able to convince people? Not hearing any thoughts. So I would say something similar to what Mary and Christ of Salvation said, but I would put it very simply. It's very easy to convince yourself that something is true when you're getting a lot of material benefit out of it. So once Muhammad struggled for a long, long time, once he got enough power, enough resources, it became easy to convince people to join up when they were getting rewards for doing it. Adnan, please email me. I want to have a talk with you. We've talked before. It was very pleasant. I think that I think the discussions we had before were very productive. You embraced, or said you embraced, Christianity for a little while. Now, if in the last few days you've started to say that you're an atheist, this error, this so-called error is beyond trivial. I can give you much better errors, but I think you're exhibiting, right? I think you're exhibiting something that happens often, is that someone has an emotional reaction to something. I don't want to speculate, right? I don't know you, but what happens often is that people have an emotional reaction. They get upset with God, and then they go and look for justifications for that anger. And the fact that you would be citing such a trivial error and calling it a big error, or trivial error, right? There's very easy explanation. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that there's an error, right? And 22 Kings said 22, 2 Chronicles says 42. One of them is wrong. Someone made a mistake. So what? That has no bearing on whether or not Christianity is true or not. We don't claim that the Bible is the literal speech of God. We don't base our confidence in the truth of Christianity based on the inerrancy of the Bible. Now, most Christians do believe in the inerrancy of the Bible, but we believe in that because of what we believe about the character of God that we experience, that we know personally, not the other way around. We don't first assume the text is correct, and then thus if we find anything that we can't explain, and again, I think there's a very good explanation here, but if we find anything we can't explain, then suddenly we have no reason to be a Christian whatsoever. No, the reason we're a Christian is because we have a relationship with Jesus Christ, and from an intellectual perspective, we can defend the historicity of the resurrection. We don't need the inerrancy of the Bible to be Christians. So I think that you're looking at this completely wrong. I'm afraid to ask this, Mary, but how might jihadis and birds copulate with houris?
Well, that's why they're so eager to bring about the last day, because they don't get to copulate with their houris until they get a new body. The souls in birds are temporary so that they do not suffer the torment of the grave like everybody else. And so I guess they can only look at the enormous, beautiful breasts of their houris, who are also 90 feet tall, until they get new bodies.
Absolutely. Thank you for a brief answer on that one. I was a bit scared. Anna says, lately Abdul's blocked me on social media. How do I not scare them away?
Make new accounts. So
well, and then she says, I quote, Muslim sources invite them to debate with Christian Prince. Well, I think you just said why you scare them away, right? They're scared of their sources, and they're scared of Christian Prince. Mary's suggestion's good, right? Create another account, continue to poke them. If they're blocking you, and then that implicitly means they're bothered, that they know something is wrong and they can't explain it. Anything you want to add, Mary?
Not really to that. I am. By the way, a question on Allah. Apparently, he does not pee either, but he does ejaculate. So I'm sure you really wanted to know that. Remember that the only reason that Allah does not have a son is that he doesn't have a girlfriend. And it does say consort, girlfriend, lover. It doesn't say wife, which is even funnier.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So I would say also you can get the same information across in different ways. You can try asking them questions, making them answer it themselves. If they're at all genuine, they will try to give you an answer, right? They'll try to give you an answer, and then once they give whatever propaganda they actually probably believe, then you say, can you show me a source for that? And then either they'll actually investigate and maybe find out that they're mistaken, or they'll refuse to do so, and then you'll know that they're not interested anyway. So a couple things you can try there. Yaakov says, Philistines were Greek Sea people, modern Palestinians are Arab mixed people. How are they the same? Well, they're not the same.
Well, they are.
I mean, they're genetically related, quite possibly. But I mean, to say they're the same, I mean, that's
so the Philistines are called the Philistines because the Greek Sea people came and conquered them. However, the rabbis even said, hey, there were two different kinds of people who are called Philistines in the Torah. That the first, that word is applied to the people who would acquire the name Philistines later, before the time of Moses, but for simplicity's sake, are given that same name even before them. Like the rabbis knew all about this a long time ago. And so then the Philistines came, and they formed a very thin layer on top, but they almost immediately acculturated to the Semitic culture that was there before. They really didn't have much of anything that was Greek in their behavior or in their culture. And later on, and the Greek language was immediately lost, like within 2 generations. And even the genetic signal gets kind of diluted out over time. But the people who are there now were largely previously Christian, and were either the victims of rape jihad as per usual, or were pressured into forcibly converting, and were not among the brave ones who have remained. There are still Palestinian Christians who have resisted for 1,400 years and absolutely deserve our utmost respect and support, because they have stood against, they were not weak like the other men who caved, and they stood strong over hundreds and hundreds of years of oppression and subjugation.
So Adnan says, I got you, sir. Why did you time me out? He was 2 different ages. So I apologize that Phil timed you out. He should not have done that. Reminders to my moderators. This channel is about reaching people. It is about evangelism. It's about outreach. You cannot time people out just because they say something that offends you. That is not acceptable. I want people here who disagree with us. I don't want this just to be an echo chamber for Christians. So please let people like Adnan speak. I would love to have a conversation with you, Adnan. We are wrapping up today. You can email me. You can join the next live stream, whatever you want to do. I want to talk to you. I want to answer your questions.
May I say something on this question that he has about the 2 different ages?
No, I don't want to answer.
I'm not gonna answer the whole of it. I'm gonna say one thing only 1 second. He ruled in 2 different times. One at his 20s, very early, while his father was ill, and then he ruled again when he was alone. So these are the 2 different ages. There's nothing suspicious about, nothing bad or anything. I don't know.
Well, I didn't want to get into the specifics. I want to talk these things through Adnan, because that isn't his real problem. His problem with Christianity isn't that he discovered that there's 2 different ages.
What's the problem with Christianity?
I don't know what
we don't know what happened, but
he's been
very upset.
Right. I don't want to air all this out in the video, but I've seen his comments on the channel. Trust me, his objections to Christianity have nothing to do with this particular example.
Let me put it this way: if he has been, let's say, enraged with some of the Christians, do not regard Christians as the pinnacles of Christianity. Regard only Christ as the pinnacle of Christianity. See the character of Christ and try uh, to see yourself with Christ. What would you do? Not with another Christian, not how another Christian would answer to you, but how Christ would speak with you. So that's how you have to read the Gospels, so that He will answer to you through these books. Sorry that I jumped, Thaddeus.
Yeah. No worries. No worries. I get it. You want to answer the question. So Trinity Matrix says Allah is no more than apple worm. And for some reason, the animation didn't play. So I tried to trigger the Apple animation, and it didn't play. So that was really pointless there. Let me see whatever. I'll trigger it this way.
Who ate the apple?
So yeah, Allah is no more than an apple worm. And I only saved this comment because I wanted to play the Apple animation, and then I don't know. I'll have to look at why it didn't play when I tried to trigger it the way the audience could, but I manually triggered it. Yaakov wants to know if you were a Muslim before, Mary.
No, I wasn't. People keep saying that. It's not true. Even Muslims will accuse me. They're like, well, we know that your Arabic is terrible. Some of them don't even know my Arabic's terrible. But we know your Arabic's terrible. But your parents, they're totally Muslim. And then, or they would go, they're from Lebanon and you're a Christian from Lebanon. It's like, no, I'm not from the Middle East. I'm Germanic. Harb is also a Germanic name.
Very good. Quick question here. Is this channel American or European? Well, I wouldn't really call it an American channel. But if you want to know, I am based in America, so more likely to stream at times convenient for me, so that are convenient for Americans. But the channel is very much not about U.S. politics or anything related to the United States. It's only about the falsity of Islam and the truth of Christianity. I'm not interested in promoting America or talking about America or American politics in any way. It's very much a Christian channel and nothing else as far as like the content goes. Hamas is calling for a ceasefire while they continue to shoot off rockets indiscriminately at the Israeli citizens. Shameless, wicked hypocrites. I mean, technically you can call for a ceasefire while continuing to fight. You don't have to unilaterally lay down arms, but yeah, I mean, they're not going to actually stop, right? If for some reason Israel is like, okay, let's stop, then Hamas might like not attack that day, but I mean, they're terrorists. They would wait till an opportune time and attack again. Latia Shed says, have you ever seen these fake videos of Muslims making up miracles? I mean, I've certainly seen Muslims claiming miracles that sound like total nonsense. I don't know what video you're specifically referring to. There's always two possibilities. One is that the person actually genuinely believes what they are saying. They could be deceived, or they could be making it up, either or. But I don't find any of their miracle stories remotely convincing. Let's put it that way. So Christo says, Azerbaijan has expelled 120,000 Armenian Christians from their land. Yaakov says, no Christian is even talking about it. Sadly, we are divided. Well, I have been talking about it a little bit on my Bible study. And I did express in previous shows that I was very hesitant to talk about Hamas because it's actually not that weird, right? Everyone's acting like this is some exceptional circumstance, that something really unusual is happening and all the world's attention should be on this. The only difference is that instead of attacking Christians, they attacked Jews. Muslims are at war from their mindset and in de facto reality with Christians in many places around the world. I'm very concerned about the situation in Armenia. I'm very concerned about the ongoing conflicts in Middle Africa, especially Nigeria, where something like 10,000 Christians have been killed in the past year in Islamic terrorist attacks, and no one ever hears about it. I'm concerned about things going on in Indonesia. I realize, even if the world doesn't, right, even if the mass media doesn't, that this is Islam, that this happens everywhere all the time. And thus I was very hesitant to do a show on what's at the top of everyone's mind and not talk about these other things that no one really realizes are going on. But I decided it was beneficial to do it because it's an opportunity to get people's attention and show them what I just said, that this is what Islam actually teaches, that this isn't some rogue group, some crazy people who have nothing to do with true Islam. This is what Muhammad taught. This is what Muhammad preached. This is how to properly follow his example. And it is what many Muslims, not every Muslim, but many Muslims of many different varieties, of many different sects, of many different ethnicities have been doing since the time of Muhammad, and it's not coincidence. Anything you want to add, Mary?
Yeah, like I was not looking forward to this particular stream, even though I knew it was going to be popular. It was important to reach people with it, specifically because of that reason. Israel has been arming Azerbaijan to kill Armenians, and no one cares. And it's just the amount of attention that Israel gets and that Palestine gets is just deeply frustrating and annoying. Like no one cares about the purge of Christians by Hindus that's happening in northeastern India right now. Nobody cares about the purge of Nigerian Christians in Nigeria. They don't care. They care about Israel. They care about Palestine because Palestine's fighting Israel. And they're both like hot button topics for different groups of people. And I honestly care more about the Armenians. I mean, it would suck if Christians couldn't visit Israel anymore, but I care more about the lives of the Armenians than anything that happens in Israel, quite frankly, because there are more Christians there by percentage. Now, there are Christians absolutely in Israel who do suffer quite a bit in various ways and are legally persecuted too, and are the Christians of Jewish descent are heavily legally persecuted in a number of ways. But I do care more about other topics. The only reason I covered this is because I wanted to talk about the fact that Hamas is behaving in a completely appropriately Islamic way. And I think that that's important for people to know.
Yeah, exactly. I said at the beginning of the stream that I didn't want to really talk about the politics of the situation. I know it came up a couple of times. It's unavoidable. But it's really not about Israel. It's really not even about Hamas. It's about what Islam teaches. And the only reason we did this stream is because people will pay attention because of what's going on. I agree with Mary that Armenia is a greater concern, that Azerbaijan and Armenian relations is a greater concern, that it has a great possibility of turning into a second Armenian genocide, and the world mostly is ignoring this situation. I mean, I do agree that I disagree that no Christian has talked about this, but I do agree that it has gotten very little attention. So it wasn't an easy decision to do this stream, and I hope I made the correct decision. But know that this is about exposing Islam, not about sympathy for Israel. Adnan Ben points out that Genesis 32:30 says, I have seen God face to face and my life is preserved. John 1:8 says, no man has seen God at any time. Whatever. He says, I'm mad you want to handle the contradictions. I absolutely will handle every contradiction you want to talk about.
And that one is also one that is incredibly important to Christian theology, because we have so much.
Yeah.
So many important things that are in Genesis that are significant, that point to Christianity and its truth. That's what John is saying, for heaven's sake. Who is it who shows us God? Who is God's image? We are made after the pattern of God's image. And who is God's image? Who makes God known to us? The sun.
Amen.
Amen. So, Adnan, we can please just schedule a time. We can talk in private. We can talk in a public stream. You can expose Christianity all you want. I will handle absolutely any contradiction you want to talk about or anything else. I just am not going to take this stream, which is already approaching 5 hours and was about Hamas being true Muslims, to answer your objections about Christianity that you've come up with after the fact that you already decided to reject it for some other reason. I know how this works. You did not leave Christianity because you found out that Genesis says, I have seen, or that no one can see, or sorry, Genesis says you have seen, and John says no man has seen. Guess what? Both of you could have quoted different verses. You could have quoted 2 Old Testament verses to draw up this contradiction.
Yeah,
you could have quoted just John. You could have quoted just John to draw this out. This isn't something we don't know about.
Just
it works
Exodus.
perfectly fine with
About
Thaddeus.
Moses. Yeah, Moses somehow did not see the face of God and yet also spoke to God face to face in Exodus.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the point that I would address for that gentleman, if he's talking about Jacob, I would recommend that he go and read that passage again and see that Jacob said that he saw God. God never said that Jacob saw him.
Right. So there's various ways to, there's various ways to address these passages. I'll be happy to talk in depth about any passage that Adnan wants to talk about, but he has to actually come and talk to me. He can't just spam the chat with his objections, say things like F Jesus, and expect answers. You have to come and talk to me. I know you're willing to do that because you've talked to me in the past. You've called in the past, and we had a nice discussion while you were still a Muslim. So do it again, right? It doesn't even have to be public. I don't even have to do it as a live stream. This isn't about like getting me views or something. I want to have a conversation with you. I don't want to just answer one-off things, because guess what? I answered this one, you're going to throw out another one. Then I answer that one, you're going to throw out another one. I know how this works, okay? I'm guessing you probably Googled contradictions in the Bible and you've seen a list of 500 contradictions or whatever. Answering all 500 of those wouldn't actually answer any of your real questions. I'm happy to talk through some examples and show you how the Bible makes sense. All of the objections, all of these claims, they all have perfectly valid explanations for, most of which are very theological. You have to understand the theology of what the Bible's actually teaching and not treat the text
like the Quran.
Well, yes, like the Quran, like you're used to doing from Islam, where you read half a verse and that somehow is perfectly understandable. You've got to read things in context, understand what's being talked about, understand what the Bible is doing, understand it's not the literal speech of God, that includes the perceptions of human beings, that it's about the story of God's interaction with humanity, not about, oh, here's my word sent down from on high, you better follow it or else. That's not what Christianity is about.
Muhammad hated the previous teachings because they were not clear the way the Quran is. So in the Quran, if it doesn't say that it's an explicit, it does not explicitly say that it is a metaphor, it is not a metaphor. That is the way the Quran works, that it has to explicitly state that it's a metaphor. Even then, which is really hilarious, there are some exegetical things that say give these metaphors and these stories that didn't actually happen as if they did, which is particularly bizarre. They'll give a context for something that like didn't even happen according to the Quran, but that is very different from the Bible, where we have entire sections of poetry and elusive language and metaphors constantly throughout, because normal human conversation, if you're not an autist, is full of metaphor. That's the way humans communicate, and our relationship to God is analogical as it is, because God is so far above us. The only way that we can come to an understanding of him is through analogy, and yet the Quran tries to reject analogy unless it's
end with a humorous comment from Grow Better. Why are you stuttering? It's funny because unlike Pierce Morgan, I actually do stutter. I'm actually not very good at speaking live, right? I actually do correct myself all the time, but of course he's making fun of hijab, trying to claim that Pierce Morgan was stuttering when he wasn't in the slightest, because he was lying and he knew he was lying. So thank you for that humorous way to end the stream. Yes, Perfect Dawa. I will be answering your email about David Wood. You need to have patience. We've been over this many times. I'm always behind on email. I'm about like 3 or 4 days behind right now. I will be answering your email very shortly. All right. Thank you all for joining us. Next week, I believe that we'll be returning to Petra. And specifically, we will be looking at the Qiblas. Since Mary is disputing Dan Gibson's theory, saying that Petra was the original Mecca, and most of the responses that we got plenty of good responses, to be clear. They weren't like stupid one-liners. There's lots of people who had thoughtful comments, but by far the number one thing that people said is you should have started with the Qiblas. That's his main piece of evidence. So we will be sure to tackle that next time. Any preview you want to say, or is that sufficient, Mary?
Yeah, everybody has been asking me like, oh, but the Qiblas. I'm like, fine, I'll do Qiblas next. So I'm doing things slightly out of order, but I will do Qiblas because that is the main, and that would be the slam dunk. If Qiblas were true, that would be a slam dunk for Petra having some true significance in Islam. So I do recognize that, and I'm not like putting my head in the sand.
Adnan, why don't you?
Mary, you can do it in whatever order you want to. You're the one doing the work for people, so.
Yeah, but we want the audience to enjoy it. We want people to receive it. I mean, if you're just sitting up there and you're just doing things your way and no one's watching it, you're not benefiting anyone. So, Adnan says, why don't you criticize the Talmud? What makes you think I don't criticize the Talmud?
Especially me. Have you heard the things I've said? I know, Adnan, you have not watched this very often, but I have absolutely called it a foul book of Satan. It absolutely is. It's horrific. It's blasphemous. And I explicitly say that the rabbinical Talmudic Jews are apostates. They do not follow the God of Abraham. That's what I said earlier. So,
Adnan, who ran from
you?
Who ran from you? I assume you mean me because you haven't talked to anyone else. You haven't added anyone or used any other name. How in the world, in your mind, does telling you I will have a discussion with you on whatever subject you want to talk about, either publicly or privately, how in the world is that running from you? Just stop.
Apparently, he wants you to take some time to answer his questions right now after 5 hours of presentation. This is unbelievable.
It is midnight here in my time zone.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning in UK, man.
Right.
Please.
I have work in the morning. We've already been going 5 hours. No one will, after we end this live, no one else is going to ever see this portion of the video. Like 1% of the people maybe watch the last minutes. Far more people would watch it if the stream was actually about that subject. And again, I'm also willing to have a private chat. So to say I am running from you is utterly ridiculous. I think you need to stop. I think you need to look. I think you need to examine why you are so angry. Figure that out. And then if you're still think Christianity is false after you've calmed down and gone over whatever made you so upset in the first place, then by all means, I will have a discussion on absolutely any subject of your choice. Contradictions, why you think the theology is bad, whatever. I'm not running from it. I am happy to talk about Christianity. I love to talk about Christianity. I would prefer to only ever talk about my theology and never have to talk about Islam. But I have to talk about Islam. It's what God's called me to do because there are 1.8 billion Muslims going to hell by believing in this crap, and barely anyone is talking to them. And lots of people talk about the truth of Christianity. So this is the mission that God has called me in. But I absolutely would love to talk to you about Christianity. So stop making up excuses and let's have a chat. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I hope you have a great rest of your day, a blessed week, and that you take this information. This is actually a great opportunity to take information about how Hamas are true Muslims and have a conversation with someone. They don't have to be a Muslim, right? There are plenty of Westerners who also need to understand what Islam is about. And because this is in the news, why I did the stream on this subject in the first place is because it's in the news, it's in everyone's attention. It gives you an opportunity to talk about it to people who normally wouldn't be interested, normally wouldn't hear this material at all. So take the opportunity, have a discussion with a coworker this week about Hamas representing true Islam. Till we meet again, God bless everyone. Go and serve the Lord.